Hello, everybody. So, today we have a session with Amalia, who is playing Serena, Tony, who is playing Jack,
Loser.
Alex, who is playing Larry, and later we will be joined by um, Titus, played by Mark, and Abel, played by Oit. So, you all wake up in the New Haven after the scare that happened last week. Um, you find yourselves waking up from a rest and yet still tired. Um, Almost as if the stress is the only thing that can actually wear you down as a vampire. You find that the house serves adequately as a haven, and yet the fact that the ductus remains debilitated, and the fact that your previous haven was so easily compromised, all of this just it makes you feel as if whatever place you decide to stay at, it will never actually be safe. However, as far as you can tell, the night is yours, at least for now.
Um, so Serena, upon waking, is going to basically make around the house, see if there's anything that um seems to be off, see if there's like any signs of like someone trying to come in, and also she'll go and check with her two Schlachter if there will anything off. Because she'd probably have like since Cecil's washed is around, she'd probably have like one patrolling inside the house,
Mm-hmm.
the
And
other one guarding the sleeping place.
okay. And the Vosges will say is patrolling the sewers mostly. Um, well, as you go to where you know one of your schlachtas will be, it seems to at first get sort of startled by you entering the room, adopting almost instinctively an aggressive stance. Once it notices who it is, it sort of shifts its head as if to clear its eyes and seems to adjust its posture back to a more rested position.
I approach it and basically look at it and inquire. Anyone, anything off this night?
As if sort of doing a mix between a chuff and a cough, it just kind of jolts its head down, just goes, and you sort of interpret that as a negative.
Right then. Well, there's some dead bodies in the basement. After we've fed, like, because I still have packages delivered for Cecil, and the bodies need to go somewhere. Go eat And
As soon as you say go eat, it sprints off.
what stop? You may eat only one of them at max. Eat as to your fill, then go replace, then go back to patrolling. Well, then go back to patrolling. Was this the female one or the male one?
This one was the male one, so the older Schlachter.
Yeah, so I'll go get the female one, and the one who was guarding the bedrooms, and I'll tell it to patrol. And once her brother returns, she should also go eat. And same, like same orders.
Mm-hmm. Serena gives her orders to the Schlachter, and we now check on Jack. What has he done with the start of his night?
He'll be probably meditating. He'll create a shroud of darkness. Just to wait a second.
Can you maybe add your mic is very quiet?
Yep, I can.
Yeah.
Let me find a way, but real sure, real quick. And
Well, in the meantime, I suppose we'll instead check on Larry.
Is this the house we inspected?
Yes,
like
the one where you
a
broke
couple of
down the wall.
sessions? Yeah. Larry would, as soon as he wakes up, go around the house and check for intruders or any strange visitors.
Mm-hmm.
Something
Only on the
odd,
inside,
something that's
or
inside, something odd, something that doesn't comply with how it was at the end of the previous night.
mm-hmm.
Just keeping a lookout.
Yeah. So you patrol the several rooms of the building and find no indication of any intruders. You do bump into. Well, you enter the room where Serena is sort of scolding one of the Schlachter for making a bit of a mess as it came out of the feeding area, which does disturb you slightly, but that's about as much as you find.
Larry nods to Serena and moves on. I suppose I will go outside too.
Okay. And as Larry leaves through the basement door, Jack, how are you spending the beginning of your night?
yeah, he'll create a little shroud around himself, part of darkness, and just to cut off the sound from around, he'll be like mumbling some guttural sounds he came up with for meditation, like sorting through memories, whether he lost something, whether something was off since the moment we left Mariposa's haven.
Mm-hmm. Um,
But
make
like without
a
this whole Sherlock hand movements.
uh-huh. You can make a let's say, wits awareness roll.
It's awareness. Fuck yeah. That is at least one success.
It
Probably.
is. So you rest, sort of immersed in the shadows. You focus, and after a few moments, it's almost as if you lose the perception of your own body, and you just sort of feel your mind float into the darkness. And you try to dig through any potential memories that may have been modified. You don't find any, though you do sense that something was done to you last week. You are not entirely sure if it's just paranoia or if something actually happened, but this is the general vibe you get. And as you find basically your surroundings almost pitch black, and anything apart from the sounds you make being non-existent, at some point you almost swear that for just a second you hear sort of a very quiet inhale happening just next to you, which sort of startles you out of this peace of mind, and checking there's no one there.
Yeah. That sounds about right. Can I kind of like dig deeper into this off feeling? Or is it just like just a vibe? I can't really.
Well, I suppose you can. You can try at least.
Yeah.
Let's. How are you trying to dig deeper into it, or what are you trying to find about it?
Like, what is this feeling, and maybe how come I feel it?
And we're referring to the thing that happened last week, not the.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
In that case, intelligence occult, please.
I suppose it. I don't apply my specialties. Rituals or bloodlines.
No, not in this case, no.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, so given what you've heard described happening in Cecil, you assume that whatever happened to him might have happened to you, at least to some extent. It doesn't inspire great confidence in you, but it could be something to do with the disciplines you are accustomed to using. Maybe there's a limitation you haven't spotted yet.
Can you repeat real quick? My internet was.
It's okay.
Was shit.
Essentially, for a moment, you believe that what the effect that was applied to you is similar to what was applied to Cecil. So, if you had to guess, it would probably be something related to your disciplines. Maybe a power that you once could use very easily, you no longer can. However, without testing, it's really difficult to understand exactly what effect happened.
Yep, gotcha.
And as you sort of search within yourself, you hear sort of a not very subtle stomping noise, and eventually Larry pops his head through the doorway, looking inside the room.
Most of the room is covered in like smoky pitch blackness. Yeah. Big guy, is that you?
Yes.
Yeah. Give me a second. I'll concentrate to remove the shroud.
And Larry, basically, as you watch the room, all the smoke and this sense of darkness that you just assumed was because of the structure of the room sort of dissipates for a moment, and it's almost like it fades out of existence, and what's left is just a regular shading of the room, not too dissimilar from the others.
What was that?
That was one of my, I guess it's my most powerful ally.
An ally.
Yeah. It's
I see.
primordial darkness. That's complicated.
Are you a sorcerer of some kind?
That'll be not really good description, but not really something that won't describe me in the slightest bit. Like like I said, it's complicated. I can control shadows, I can manipulate darkness. It's complicated.
Can you make me remember?
Ooh.
Somewhere, Serena feels the cringe and rolls her eyes.
Probably eventually. We can try. Um let me just see out of character real quick. Mm. I can most certainly try. It's not the methods our Reverend Mother would use, but it's a fair try, I guess.
Okay, but
What do you wish to try to remember?
anything
Okay.
more than anything I wish to remember myself.
Okay. Okay. Let's try, but I can't guarantee any results.
What are you going to do?
Have you heard of the discipline Dominate?
It doesn't work on me.
How come?
You can say I have my ways.
Then I guess the only way would be to try my meditations.
Your meditation.
Yeah, a few minutes before you walked in the door, I was sorting in a way through my memories, but um you see that here bone box is really good at keeping stuff.
Can your friend help?
Well, she's a fair lady. She can try, you can try.
Right now?
As I said, I can't guarantee the results, but we can always try. If Serena doesn't have anything for us to do, to check, to perform, we can try.
She would already come here if she had.
Well,
Let's
she'll.
do it.
Yep.
All right.
You can keep the door open. It won't be reasonable to obfuscate us from Serena. And I'll concentrate once again to make the shadows, quote unquote, concentrate on us. Shroud of Night. And I'll instruct Larry to repeat after me the whatever noises I do for meditation. And I'll tell him to try to concentrate on stuff he would he would wish to remember, and probably, maybe, he'll bring something to the surface.
Mm-hmm. All right. Larry, do you comply?
I do.
Okay. So, I will need Larry to roll me, let's see. Let's say you roll me wits and what would apply here?
Oh shit.
Let's say wits and investigation. Simply because you'll sort of have to deduce within yourself what is relevant, like what feelings are relevant, what are not. Okay. So, Larry, as you meditate, it takes a very long time for you to get in the zone, like in the mindset where this would work. And as you start slowly feeling yourself sort of removed from your body, you remember one sound, a steady, dry clack happening very rhythmically. And every time that sound happens, you sort of feel yourself sway to one side. And you feel like you're almost grasping something useful. And at that moment, it's almost like you sort of let yourself do the same motion, and one of your wings sort of scrapes against the floor, and it distracts you and just removes you from that mindset almost immediately.
If I see this, I won't see this. I will probably hear it.
Mm-hmm.
I'll try to kind of hold him more stable. Just so he would stay longer in the zone. Like, sensory deprivation is hard when you're fucking not deprived.
Mm-hmm. And especially if you're a 2+ meter tall mountain of stone.
Yeah.
With wings.
I'll try to kind of stabilize him, because The scraping on the floor is surely not helping with the meditation.
Well, does Larry persist?
Well,
It's all right, big fella.
nobody came yet, so for sure.
It's all right, big fella. I'll just help you a bit.
Okay. So Larry, you may roll it again. It's going to be at a higher difficulty. However, Jack, you may roll as well.
Or
Hmm?
the same weights investigation.
Well, you're trying to help by steadying him, making sure he
Yeah.
doesn't. Yeah. So in that case, I would say strength athletics because he's quite heavy.
Yeah. I must spend 1 blood point just for the extra success.
Uh-huh.
And it's gonna be.
Sorry, 1 blood point. Oh, right. Potence.
I have potence.
Yeah.
I have potence. Yeah.
Okay.
Probably.
Okay. So Larry, you start focusing once more. And again, it takes you a very long time to get into the mindset. But eventually you start hearing that sound again. Clack. 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 And as you focus on it, you sort of start swaying a little from side to side to the rhythm of the sound. And Jack, basically as he's doing this, you're almost struggling to get his wings not to scrape the floor again. And Larry, due to this extra bit of assistance, you eventually get a very brief flashback. You remember walking with a cane. You're walking down a very expensive looking building, very high class looking building. You seem to be walking towards an elevator, followed by a number of other people. While you don't remember any of their faces, your focus once again goes to your cane, and you start remembering exactly what the cane looked like. It was this very thin cane made of very dark wood with the figurehead of what looks like a bird with its wings spread. And one of the wings is sort of folded forward, and it sort of makes the handle for your the cane. And the bottom of the cane has this bottom, like this stub made of metal and wood that seems very well decorated. And the entire cane seems very, if not expensive, then it seems custom made at the very least. And the image of the cane sort of sticks with you for a few moments, and then you quote unquote wake up from this experience.
Thank
Oh.
you.
Oh, you are more than welcome.
A bit. But still, thank you.
You can come to me anytime you wish, as I'll try to find a place in my schedule to meditate with you.
No, it's alright if it bothers you.
No. Sometimes I just have a lot on my plate. But
Yes.
I would probably have enough time to just make a shroud.
Okay.
You see
Thanks.
the process of you, like, it felt kind of like leaving your body, didn't it? So that process is called sensory deprivation, and normally people use salt water just to don't feel the gravity, and earplugs, blindfolds, and stuff. But I guess we'll need a really big pool and a lot of salt, just enough to probably mummify a person. So yeah, it's easier that way.
I will sink anyway.
As you speak, um,
We're still
all
in the
of
fucking
you,
shroud.
all of you, hear this echo of a knock on the front door, basically
The fuck?
echoing throughout the house.
Ooh.
What the fuck?
I'll dissipate
Is
the
sorry.
it a
shroud.
friend or a foe?
I won't dissipate the shroud. Larry, stay
I'm
here.
probably the closest to the front door because I
Mhm.
was.
Yeah, you were downstairs, so yeah.
Larry, stay here.
Serena is going to find like first like a place where she can look out, like like see what's at the front door.
Mm-hmm. You look through one of the windows, and you basically spot a figure waiting at the front door, with a rather bored body language. And after a few moments, he sort of looks around, and as he moves and you start seeing what he looks like, you recognize the shape from the footage last week.
I see. Um, I see. Well, I probably have all my fucking guns on me, like after like the like. So,
Fucking Matrix.
Serena looking like fucking Rambo.
No, like Neo
well,
from Matrix 1.
so basically, now the front door, as far as I know, is boarded up, right?
Mm-hmm. On the
Um,
inside.
yeah. Uh, but from this window, I can get outside, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I activate enough celerity so that I can be basically behind this guy and with a gun pointed straight to his back.
Sure.
1 point is enough? With
hmm?
my 1 point is enough?
To make your way behind him in one turn?
I mean, I have celerity 5
Yeah,
and
I'd say so. Yeah.
dexterity. Yeah, cool. I'm doing that.
Okay. So you basically jump off the window, and as soon as you touch the floor, it's almost like you teleport behind him, and you just rest the barrel of the gun against the back of his head.
Move. And you burn.
I'd assume so.
Now, I've seen you before.
The man
So
simply. Hmm?
give me one good reason why I shouldn't do to you all the things I wanted to do with you.
The man, looking somewhat bored, starts unbuttoning his shirt, like on the wrist, and he pulls back his
I
sleeve and just raises his arm like so, without actually looking at you or saying anything. And as he does so, you see on his arm a tattoo of a black hand start to show itself.
see. Well, forgive. Like Serena takes the gun and like holsters it back to her side. Well, forgive me. You see, when somebody comes into our house and uses disciplines on our ductus, which I had to spend a lot of time undoing and still not finished, I tend to spend my time imagining how I'm going to first turn them into a chair, and then, well, we'll see.
So you did undo some of it. Promising.
Most of it. Most of it.
Even more so. Shall we
Well,
talk inside?
of course. Can't enter through here. So let's go back through the window. I assume a person of your stature is capable of jumping through that.
I'll meet you inside. And he simply takes a step forward, and you just see his body turn into smoke and sip through the cracks on the door.
Okay. I mean, I make my way back through that window.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, I'll go through the fastest way to the entrance door. Like,
Yeah.
I'm preparing myself. I didn't hear the fucking conversation.
Yeah. And I'm assuming Larry is going with you?
No, Larry was.
I told him to stay in my room just to be safe.
Yeah.
Okay.
Larry's just
like a portal. And then Larry opens the door like, Lurch. Yes, you rang.
You rang.
He fucking knocked.
So, Jack, as you descend into the main hall, you sort of see this reddish dark smoke seep beneath the front door and form itself back up into this gentleman who you sort of recognize the general shape from the footage. And he seems to be buttoning up his cuff.
Serena is probably already getting in through the window and saying,
Reverend?
Hands down, Larry. We have a visitor from the Black Hand. It seems they like to play jokes on Sabbat members.
Not jokes,
mate?
Pack Priest. Tests. I wish to see how you would react to an invasion from someone who clearly has tools you can't exactly fight against. Don't worry, all the damage is temporary at best. Shouldn't last much longer than a month.
Dementation?
Well,
We do
Serena
recognize each other's clans, don't we?
I mean, it's more about the effects of the powers.
I'm
Funnily
sure.
enough, that's exactly what I used to undo it.
Quite advanced use of dementation. Not quite enough, but...
It's a hack. I enjoy hacking.
Problem solver. I was made aware that you also have in your possession a gargoyle, and you are missing 2 of your packmates.
as he says about gargoyle, I concentrate to make the darkness disappear in my room. I didn't make it go away.
Well, so far we've managed to find out that the gargoyle used to be some big shot in a local Nosferatu. Warrant.
Is he loyal to us?
Serena lowers her voice like really solid, like to low. His bloodbound, but he thinks it was correct already. The Archbishop allowed to keep him until he proves himself to be true Sabbat.
Well, luckily, there are a few things that can be done to mitigate problems that might arise with gargoyles. Is he in the building? I would
Yes.
assume second, maybe third floor.
He is. Master bedroom.
Good. Um, the man sort of closes his eyes, turns his head a bit, and just sort of says out loud, "Join us downstairs." Larry, you hear this voice in the back of your mind.
If at any point a Schlachter comes out patrolling and sees the outsider, I'm just gonna say to it, let it be for now. And like basically continue patrolling.
Mm-hmm.
So that, like the Schlachter wouldn't come out and just
Yeah.
jump on the
And just be like, "Ah, cheer toy."
Yes.
Is hell gonna be fucking chew toy?
Well, they're not smart enough to realize that.
Larry will start stomping down the stairs. Quite ready to react to any possible danger.
Mm-hmm. As you make your way downstairs, you see the man, and he looks to you, sort of tilts his head with a slight smile, and says, "Archbishop wasn't kidding. He is big."
Yes, quite. Apparently, his old self found out about a gargoyle that the prince was keeping. I'm assuming it was perhaps his old gargoyles that we took care of. So perhaps he's been missing for a year or so. I'm
Well,
probably not exactly popular with Nosferatu at the moment.
well, you did say he's loyal. Why not ask him?
He doesn't remember.
Of course.
And of course, it's even though I am able to have him relive some of his old memories, it's not like I can choose whether he sees one where, like, that lets us know, for example, name or something else. But it's a
Well,
process.
there is one easy way to make sure he does not remember. What is your name?
Who are you?
Larry, act nicely. This is a member of the Black Hand. And as per the Code of Milan, all Sabbat members ate the Black Hand. And Serena has this warning in her voice, as in, like, act nice. And given that Larry should have a level 3 blood bond, Larry should listen.
Larry glimpses
It's up
at
to Alex
Serena.
to roleplay it.
Larry glimpses at Serena, nods, looks back at the gentleman, says, I am sorry. My name is Larry.
A bit of an odd name. But, well, let's see. Look into my eyes, Larry. And as he looks to you, he just says in a very calm voice, "Tell me everything you remember about your past." And it's almost like the voice resonates within your mind. You feel sort of a push that demands you to respond, and yet you don't. Or at least you remain under control of yourself, so you can choose to act as you wish.
I was a child when my leg got hit by a piece of wood. I was called a peg leg. And I was an orphan. It was very long ago. Then I remember that I was a Nosferatu, or was very close to them, and I was going for position of the prince, but failed.
I mean, that is what we've managed to recover so far.
Let him speak.
And I was tortured and kept in torment by Strauss. And I escaped. And then my pack found me.
Anything else?
No.
Very well then. It does seem like he's lost most of his memory. A shame. Seems like he could have given us some really interesting information.
It will take some time. All the memories are relived, so to say, in real time.
I'm sure. Well, regardless, I was aware that you had a gargoyle, but I can now confirm that you specifically have a gargoyle that knows something. Something Strauss wants to keep a secret. So much so that he's ripped a good chunk of our territory away from us. Looking for him.
Well, that is problematic considering that genetic Therese.
Yes, I was also told of this. I think there is a quite expedient test that we can put you lot through to see if any of you are worthy of joining our ranks, if you are so interested. Well, the Camarilla did take some of our territory. Let's retaliate. To territory they don't know. We can take
Let's
from
diablerize
them.
in it. Let's diablerize in it. And I look like her. And then
Your immediate jump to diablerie is concerning, but otherwise, your mission, let me speak.
Therese shuts up, but she's like still like sort of
She
like
wanna yap.
Doesn't follow orders well.
Continue, please.
Retaliate against the Camarilla by taking over the entirety of Santa Monica. That's your mission. Easy enough? No?
I mean, it was already our mission from the Archbishop anyway.
Good. Make sure it's done then. And report to me once you're certain you can't be removed from a position of power. I don't care how you control the territory, you just make sure Camarilla doesn't. You can contact me, in a way, our clan can make contact.
I see.
An additional thing I wanted to check. Your ductus has been quiet.
He's recovering after the last battle with that. With the Mariposa.
He's been
Person?
recovering for a while.
Yes. Mind disciplines can be a bitch.
They can. But it isn't mind disciplines that put him in this state.
Well, you can call it PTSD from having too much information shoved into your head at one point. But
Well, regardless, we need him operational or not being a hindrance.
he's not.
Make sure one of those two things happens rather soon. The Archbishop has afforded him some time to recover, but, well, his reputation can only take him so far, and I'm not a big fan of how your Archbishop has such leniency towards your pack.
Serena like narrows her eyes at him. I see.
Good. I'll be speaking with the other members of your pack soon. Until then, I expect you to make some progress in one of these few objectives that we've spoken about.
Mm-hmm.
Ta-ta. And he sort of lets himself fall backwards, and almost as he's making contact with the floor, he just turns into smoke and dips out of the front door.
That's some fun clan members you have, Serena.
I don't like the way he spoke about doctors.
Well, he's a Black Hand, after all.
Well, Cecil's not a hindrance to the Sabbat at the moment. I mean, they're not looking after him, are they?
I can't be a judge to that.
Serena just like going to like take her like deck out, quickly shuffle it, and take one card out about this like this person, and the question is basically his attitude towards our pack. Like he's like not like attitude, but more like is he like positive, neutral, or not? And after that, pick out the second one, and then like, what does that person herald for us? I'm gonna make my rolls.
Mm-hmm.
Five successes. Two successes to interpret.
Okay. So I need you to confirm specifically the objective of the card. So one of them is what he thinks of your pack.
Yeah.
If it's positive or negative.
Yeah, like positive, negative, like like he means us harm, or like like this sort of.
And you're drawing a second card?
Second card, like what does this person mean for our future, like herald for the future.
Okay. So the first card you draw is... How many successes did you get for interpretation?
2.
2. Okay. So the first card you draw for
So
what
it should
he...
be like so like because I got a pretty good roll, right?
Mhm.
On the drawing of the cards, it should be pretty precise.
Yeah, it's
But
very precise. Your interpretation is, well, you're basically going to get what card you drew and what the direction is, but you sort of have to interpret it yourself. That's basically it. So the first card you draw in regards to what he thinks of your pack.
what he means for us,
Well, the first card is what he thinks, what his opinion is.
Okay.
And as you draw that card, you seem to draw strength upright. This could either mean that he thinks your pack is quite strong, quite useful. Could mean that he just thinks you guys have enough bravery to merit a visit. Could just mean that you got capabilities that could be useful to the Sabbat. Could mean that you might be significant enough to either pose danger or be useful. Could be any of those things. The card you draw for what he holds for your future.
What it means for us to achieve, what? And basically, what he wishes, would happen with us. Does he wish harm to befall us? Does he wish a good work, collaboration, or
Well,
basically.
For this one, the next card you draw seems to be upright as well. And quick question, are Jack and Larry watching this?
Well, yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, but
Okay.
it's not first time I see her drawing cards.
Okay, well, basically, as she draws the card regarding your future, or at least what this guy will bring to your future, she draws death.
Oh yeah, that's a nice card.
I don't like him.
Oh, chill. Wait, do I get the general direction that this is meant to be taken literally at once I had?
No.
Oh, chill. Death does not mean directly death. I mean,
Oh,
I
yeah.
only once got a feeling from a death card that it's literally about death.
Well,
This
we can't afford to die twice, can we?
This is, this card is about change, transformation, new beginnings.
Or it is about death.
No, it does not talk about death directly. That is not the interpretation of the death card.
Think as you wish.
Serena looks at him.
Larry, you
Are
can
you the
trust her.
oracle? Are you the oracle, Larry?
I just want to smudge his guts on the floor.
How come? He
He
didn't really do
wanted
anything.
to manipulate me and didn't bring any help.
Well,
And
according to
he
Sabbat law,
damaged
we
Master
are to help.
Cecil.
Well, first of all, Larry, there's a Code of Milan.
We are
I
to help him,
know.
not he is to help us.
Now-
And as he said, did I hear it? If not, I just, as he said, wouldn't happen.
What?
Did I hear the Black Hand talking about the test? Because if I didn't,
Yeah.
then as he said, it was part of his, let's say, trial for us.
Yes, the Archbishop was talking about it recently. That the Black Hand wanted to see if any of our pack would be good enough for him to join the Black Hand. Now, as Larry, you are yet to become full member of Sabbat. You are, unless you become true Sabbat by the end. If you achieve that, But even then, it's still like them choosing. But, well, not like the test wasn't something that we already need to do anyway. It's just... Serena rolls her eyes and just like looks very exasperated. She's like, very, very, very similar. It's like somebody bigger and better comes along and says, "Oh, I need you to focus on this task." But you're already working on this task, so...
Well, he just gave more orders to the order, like more priority.
I mean, we still need to deal with that. Because they're infringing on our territory, the Anarchs. Now, since we're all gathered here, Titus informed me that there's a guest in his room, and that he'd like, since Fist didn't really get much out of our guest, he'd like us to deal with a guest. Well,
You
read.
see Jack's eye just pink for a moment, like, do I get to do that?
I mean,
Like, that's a diablerie.
you can question him, because I'm probably going to be busy reading his mind.
What do we want to know?
Well, first of all, we need to know about Anarch movements in the area. Then second, we need to know everything he knows about Penny Best, Lita Cash, like where they are and so on, what they're doing. Last, when we spoke with Cecil about Santa Monica, our plan was to recruit one of them, and both of them, the cards showed that, well, they would be successful recruits for us. Penny Best, though, better. So,
Recruit
second,
both. Pet bottom.
well, the cards showed that if we recruit both of them, it's not going to be successful.
Okay, I see.
Or maybe somebody's gonna die or something like that. I don't remember. I'm gonna have to check my notes. Serena actually writes down certain things she's looked at and divined. Another thing, we need to know about like what Jeanette is doing, Therese, etc., what they're up to, and especially like find out like if there's anything suspicious about her. Frankly, what I'm interested in, if there's any... Serena like lifts her hands and does like quotes, anarchs that are not anarchs at all, and know perfectly well that Jeanette is Therese. Because it's really hard to prove to somebody that the local Malkavian has a split personality. Unless I manage to catch her and convince her to relive very actively a memory of her being both Jeanette and Therese at the same time. I'm sure that's how they argue.
Yeah, I suppose.
Another thing is, so Jeanette apparently became super popular because she took care of Therese or Strauss, so I want all of that information. Any plans that the local anarchs are planning? Like any plans for the future, territories they wish to take over, allies they're making, etc. Also probably about Isaac. Not Abrams. What was that? Was that the guy you met?
Isaac Abrams.
Yes.
Fucking movie connoisseur.
Right then. Let's get to it. I'm going to go and quickly check on Cecil. Go and prepare the questioning room, but don't start without me.
Oh yeah.
And Serena's gonna go off to Cecil's room.
Let's get that motherfucker, Larry.
Miguel, I hear you speaking, but I don't hear you.
Sorry. All right. So, we'll start with Serena visiting Cecil. You go down to the basement where Cecil is resting. Entering the room, he seems to just be laying in bed, staring at the ceiling.
I would have probably like left like a body or something for him to like work on, or like like to do something with his hands.
Well,
Has he been doing it at all?
You left it sort of on a table on the other side, so you basically have the room in front of you. You have Cecil laying in bed here, and a table here with a body on it, and the body seems mostly untouched.
I go and sit down next to him. The person that visited our house, due to which we were forced to leave, was a Black Hand member.
Cecil, without moving his head, just looks to you and then back to the ceiling, and with a very neutral and sort of defeated voice, just says, well, matter of time until my death sentence happens.
I will not let that happen. We have an idea with Abel for later.
I can't remember half of it.
He said it's temporary, but...
Not that. I remember some of the things I've done. Half of those memories are not there anymore. Instead, I remember things I know I didn't do.
Well... we'll get through it. I'll have you remember things, and Abel's suggestion might work, so let's not give up. The main... After all, in his words, his only concern was if you were a hindrance, but you are not. So we have time.
I'm a drain on your resources. I take time away from you.
Everything organized because you already had your business, which takes care of half of the things. But even though some of the things you don't remember, I don't think laying in bed, staring at the ceiling, is really helpful. You still should be making new memories and living. This is a temporary setback, and if I need to unlock Elder Malkavian powers to undo it, I will. My blood is potent enough now. If it's not potent enough, I will eat Jeanette and use it to power. Either way, it will still get us Santa Monica.
Yeah. Worst case scenario, me just put my blood to better use.
Your blood is better use if you can put your blood to better use, and Serena just points towards the body. Towards practicing your arts, after all. Cecil, you've let your hands be idle too much. Work on something. Whatever you need, I will get it for you. But you know as well as I do that we shouldn't be letting our arts and hands be idle too long.
He seems to sort of gaze to the ceiling with his eyes basically darting from one point to another. He doesn't answer, but you can tell he's pondering what was just said.
After all, people, even mortals, have go through a traumatic experience and suffer from amnesia. And they recover. But what's really bad in this situation to do, well, while this is the circumstances, is to just lay down and do nothing. Because while you're pondering about the emptiness in your past, you're not making any future. And only in the present we make it. So you will be stuck in that past. Your your time perception of where you are seems currently far more stable. So there's nothing stopping you from doing your regular activities, working on things. It will come back, but you need to stop only concentrating on that.
He once again stares to the ceiling, speechless.
We have a prisoner to question. But don't spend too much time pondering about the past and giving up the present, because otherwise that's the only thing you will have left. And if you're stuck in the past, that's stagnation, and you will not be able to change. And change is important for us. So continue changing even through this situation. It will get better in time.
Would you be able to keep going?
Yes, yes. It would certainly cause questions. I would, you know, I would be concerned about it. But at during the time when there is nothing I can do to recover what was lost, I'd still be working on what I can have in the future. Because otherwise, there's really nothing left, especially if you take it so dramatic. Perhaps it's because of my clan, perhaps it's because of the past I spent in the asylum that was run by my sire, but the people who were suffering there, um, especially those who were starting to show memory loss, elderly, and so on, when their families gave them to that place, and the only thing they had left was a room, the condition, of course, became worse, especially since they were not allowed really to do anything. But nowadays, with the right medicine and treatments, mortals can go on quite far, and we've been making progress. But when the mortals, get better or manage their situation, or amnesiacs recover, it's never because they've just stopped doing everything. While there's certainly gaps in your memory, you know what you can do. You know the loss you've made. You know the things you've made to your body. There are
As you speak, he sort of shifts his body, ends up sitting on the bed, and after a moment, he just looks to the body on the table, stands up, and walks up to it, and just places one hand on top of it, And after a moment, he just removes it and says, I can't think of what to do.
Well, then consider it a blank canvas. At some point, you were. Well, actually, I have something better in mind. Um, so I'm gonna do activation of the power.
Mm-hmm.
So let me roll. Mhm. So when I'm working on modifications on myself or on a schlachter, I don't always know what I want to do at first or what might be, or how it will work out. But once the general idea starts coming along, also I'm spending a willpower point, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Oof, good thing I did. 2 successes.
Okay, this is for Psycho Memoria.
Yep.
Okay.
I don't always know what what I'd like to make, but once the idea is there, there is this feeling of focus, this feeling of excitement, this feeling of inquisition, like how it's going to go forward. It's this very strong, you know, like exploring a new place, location, reading about a new, reading about a new book, uh, reading about some ways of that certain creatures deal with. It's interesting and it's inspiring, and it is fun. So, and once it's done, you're not always satisfied, but there's certainly reason to continue. So perhaps just think of what that brings to your mind.
Where do you stand when you activate the power?
Well, I walked up closer to him and just like touch the corpse, move around like
Okay. Well,
the
as you do, he seems to look around, and at some point, his hand sort of shifts and holds yours, and he starts like pushing both the hands into the chest cavity and grips the heart of the victim. And he seems to sort of be lost in a memory for a few moments, but you get a sense of what memory he's recalling.
Serena gets a perfect sense if she's she's like, I mean, it's a good memory, but I was really more speaking about like maybe like a moth or something. And also, if Serena could blush.
Yeah, he basically just continues like pushing the hands through the chest. He grips the heart and then grips it tighter. And he sort of mutters to himself, the experiment succeeded.
I mean, yes, you have many experiments that are successful, at least in some parts, but there's always room for improvement, and betterment isn't. That's that's the whole purpose we live for, to continue changing and not stay static.
And as you say this, he basically slowly removes the heart from the victim's chest and just holds it with your hand sort of like holding the heart by proxy.
Yeah.
And he just observes the heart for a second before looking at you. And as that's happening, we cut to Jack and Larry, who walk down the corridor up to the room that Titus basically claimed. As you approach the room, it's almost like the spillover from what Titus is all about kind of affected the corridor near the door that leads to his room. You see a bunch of furniture just pushed to or whatever little furniture there was. You just see that furniture pushed to the end of the corridor, and small specks of blood splattered through the area, increasing in frequency as you approach the door. The door is slightly ajar, and walking inside, you see sort of this area in the corner with a few rugs just pushed into that corner and sort of forming like an area where he can sleep, sort of like a nest for a human-shaped monster. That's basically the vibe you get. And not too far from it, hanging from a beam on the ceiling, using electrical cord to hang this poor fuck, is a man basically hanging upside down, with both of his arms ripped off, and he seems to sort of be in a bit of a haze. And you see plenty of bruises all over his body, including his eyes that seem to have been scratched out. And he's just sort of like in a haze, like moaning out of like just sheer agony.
Oi. You there?
As you say this, the guy just spits some blood to the side and says, Is this round 2?
Sorta.
I fucking told you what I knew.
Oh, I'm not fucking beating you.
What the fuck do you want?
I'll ask some questions. But first, we'll need you in more appropriate place. Like, look to Larry. Can you drop him down?
Larry comes up and with a motion of his palm drops down the man from the where he was hanging.
Meanwhile,
He
Jack
sort of
just
falls
messages
head
Leo.
first to the ground, but I mean it's just a bit more pain added to the equation, so he doesn't really react much.
Meanwhile, Jack messages Leo, cat Titus's room from electricity. Because that's a fucking fire hazard.
As the guy falls to the ground, he just sort of coughs for a bit, and after sort of regaining whatever composure he has left, he just mutters, "You're all fucking idiots."
Well, you are the one captured. So, I don't know. We'll see about that.
Alright, you think
Name?
you're free? Is that the bullshit that you believe?
And you fucking think you're equal.
Are you equal?
Are you free?
I am free enough. Made my own rules for the most part.
Yeah, for the most part.
Yeah, who the fuck do you report to? To yourself?
Me, myself, and I, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, see, there are things. He sort of manages to kind of nudge himself to be in half a sitting position, but sort of slumped over.
Mm.
And he just says, there are things you get to hear when you're hanging from the ceiling for a while. There are things you get to listen to if you know that there's someone in the other room and you can sort of fish out secrets. I don't think I'm going to leave here alive, but you genuinely think that you can actually make yourself anything else other than your sire's bitch or your pack priest's plaything. You genuinely
From
think...
Santa Monica, or are you from Hollywood? Just curious. Just fucking curious.
Right, because that matters.
Yes, because that matters. Because one of the fucking barons is just Camarilla's bitch. And I won't tell you which one.
Uh-huh. Oh, it's not my Baron. And the other one, we don't really give a shit about her. So, glad you told me.
Can we quickly get back to Serena and so that she can return to Jack?
Well, we can say that after what happened
Yeah,
in
but
the other room.
here's the thing. So Serena, because like Cecil earlier said, that he feels like a drain on, like he considers himself a drain on the resources. Serena can tell him that that because the current location is in between Anarch domains, her two Schlachter are, probably not enough to be really well guarded for like the day. So if he can basically make more different guard dogs, guard creatures that can ensure our safety during the day, that would be definitely a big help. And then she'd be like, how many packages do you need?
Okay. Well, he'd basically say that you should start bringing packages and eventually he'll tell you to stop. But for now, just to continue with the momentum of the previous scene that we were in, we'll just say that you finished up with Cecil whatever happened there, and you basically rejoin the trio of Cainites in this room. But I'll tell you when you actually join.
Okay.
Okay. So yeah, the guy continues to sort of ramble for a bit, and eventually he just says, "Look, Baron is simply someone who can establish enough control. You have an archbishop. How do you get that position? Do you get it by being the biggest, baddest motherfucker? Do you get it through loyalty? Or is it just the person who plays politics well enough, just like the Capes?"
Fucking Malkavian. That's very fucking insightful of you.
I'm not a Malkavian, dickhead.
I wanna feel if he lies, because I can do that shit.
Can you describe if you do anything specific?
I just trust my newfound senses.
Okay. Let me just make sure I can flavor this correctly. I need to open
Yep.
the core book.
It's in my character sheet as well.
Oh, is it? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Then I'll just use that. One moment. I have to change the view. There we go. Do you do anything while you're sort of allowing yourself to check, or is this something? Is this something that you just sort of act like it's not happening?
I just kind of look like I'm here, but not really.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So as you ask, like as he tells you that he's not a fucking Malkavian, you sort of lean back, and for a moment you just open yourself to feeling out how much truth there is there, and you get this sort of retching sensation, and as you watch him, it's almost like his skin becomes paler and like he gets completely drained of blood for just a second, and then it returns to normal.
I'll try to see what I interpreted it later.
That is basically a sign that he is definitely bullshitting you.
Yeah, nice try.
Look, the bottom line is, I'm free, at least as much as I can be in a place like this, being what I am. You are someone's bitch, and you will always be someone's bitch.
Can I come in now?
Until I becomes a bitch that commands, you know?
Can
And
I come in?
Mm,
as
you won't
as
do.
as Jack says this, Serena sort of reaches the door. It's up to you how, if you want to like just
Can
walk
I
in
go?
or just watch
Can
for
I
now.
have? Can I have heard the guy's last thing?
Not yet. Give it a sec, because
No,
Larry was about to
just
say
someone.
something,
Yes,
and he
but
was in the scene first.
Mm.
So in a bit, patience. Larry, you were gonna say something?
Nah.
Oh, apologies. I thought you were. So yeah, Serena, what do you say?
Well, did I hear that you will always be someone's bitch?
Sure. Yeah.
Cool. Serena walks in, closes the door. It's funny how you think that you are not someone's bitch. You are someone's bitch. You're just not aware that you're someone's bitch. You will always be someone's bitch because there will be someone bigger and better and more dangerous than you, or somebody who doesn't like you. And if you think the anarchs don't have politics, boy, you're going to be stuck forever being someone's bitch.
New voice. Probably your boss from the tone.
What do you say?
He says, new voice, and then sort of addressing Jack, or at least the general direction where he heard Jack's voice. Probably your boss by the tone.
Funny how you say I'm his boss.
Hope she won't be your boss.
like she could.
My job is not to be the boss. My job is to ensure that the beast stays far away from their hearts and souls. You know, ensure emotional health.
Look, given how you shovel fucks react to most situations, I'd say that kind of psychotherapy, you all need it. None of you are going through it.
Serena looks at him. You seem to have gone through a lot. Well, our pack member is on the passive beast. You really, that's just the result. But he is young indeed. Now then, age.
How the fuck would I tell you?
Well, I can either find out myself, or I can access my skills in turning somebody into a chair, or a coat, or anything really.
Yeah, you're one of those.
No, worse.
Trust me.
Uh-huh.
You wouldn't even fucking imagine.
Listen, Hollywood has dealt with one of you before. Right?
One.
Yeah, pretty powerful one at that. Previous archbishop, from what I hear.
Mm-hmm.
You know what happened to him? He died. Painfully.
Mm-hmm. And why the fuck should I care?
Because you can't bend our fucking wills. You can't torment the shit out of us until we give you what you want. That's just not something that happens.
Read his mind. Just for now.
You wanna read his mind?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, roll it.
You so happily believe that we are equal. We'll fucking change a thing.
Okay. So, Serena, you sort of peer into his mind, and you get sort of a very fleeting thought.
Mm-hmm.
And the thought is mostly, it's basically a jumble of thoughts that seems to be somewhat incoherent at first, until you sort of feel out a pattern, as if these are not thoughts of one individual, but many thoughts of many individuals happening all at the same time. And after you peer through this, you feel sort of a figure that indicates generally his age. And you'd wager it's between 20 to 40 years.
You're pretty young. Are you? Quite a lot of you also in your head. I wonder. Actually, first she looks to Jack. Is his clan by any chance Malkavian?
Oh yeah, he is. He is most certainly is.
Perfect. Perfect. Hey, here's an idea. What do you think will happen with this experiment? And Serena actually seems excited. So, I've always wondered if I, for example, make a Malkavian into like a sentient chair or like something along the lines, maybe like a coat, a nice painting, made of flesh and bone, and then apply my powers, augmentation on them. What happen?
Oh. That is a fucking world of possibilities.
Right?
Yeah.
Hmm.
But let's stay focused for a second.
Yeah, then,
He
Mr.
thinks that he's free and he's equal
I don't care
with
what you
anyone
think that
else
is
in
free.
fucking Hollywood.
I've met enough anarchs to know how they run.
I'm sure you have.
Really have to, so tell me, how how much Camarilla have you actually damaged before? I heard you recently all things that Pennybus is such a big person for, taking care of the child of Primogen.
Given the fact that we given them a bloody nose, including giving Strauss a bloody nose, I'd say we're
Oh,
doing pretty fucking okay. And
yeah,
as he says
really?
that, Serena, you
Yeah.
just for a moment start feeling a bit of pressure in your mind.
I'm gonna go straight up to him with celebrity and slap him.
Well, hold on.
Yeah.
Essentially, you recognize this because it's a power that's been used on you before.
Uh-huh.
Um, Now you don't know what the repercussions of it are right now, but you know he just used dementation to do something.
Ooh, now I'm matched.
Ooh,
First of all,
boy. Boy, you're fucked.
so let's see. Let's see. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. First of all, just so that, your pretty ideal of whatever the fuck's going on suffers a bit, it wasn't you who bloodied the Strauss's nose, you dumb fuck. Like, a Malkavian, and you don't know that the sisters are one and the same, and Therese is in control? Dumb fucking bitch. Second, what to do with you? Really don't like what you did just now, so I'm gonna go up to him and I guess close his mouth for now.
Close his mouth or close his mouth?
Close his mouth.
Okay,
I bet
got
it's
it.
the second one.
Yeah, you basically just sort of brush your hand over his mouth, and as you do that, he sort of like struggles for a second, and when your hand is removed, it's basically like just a bunch of mangled skin instead of a mouth.
Really, really, really bad idea. I mean, I literally just told you that I really wanted to experiment on you by visiting you into a fucking canvas for my bedroom and subdue you by dementation daily. Go and do this thing. Now, not if you understand the repercussions of being fucking sassy in my presence. Because I can make it sure that you're going to live for a very fucking long time as a fucking panel on my wall. Not if you understand that and don't want to end up as a sentient panel. Otherwise, I'm gonna get whatever I need from you anyway. And you're gonna end up fucking canvas. Does he not?
Repeat the last statement.
Basically, I gave him the ultimatum. He acts nice.
Or he's a fucking painting.
He acts nice and, you know, isn't subjected to a bunch of fucking horrible torture. Or if he doesn't act nice, I'm still going to fucking get whatever information in time from his mind. But he's going to end up also a sentient fucking canvas with eyes. You know those square fucking things? Actually, like, I don't know if you've ever read it. What's it called? The Futures of Humanity. They have those like aliens called Cool who do a lot of vicissitude stuff. And those humans who gave the most fight, instead of, turning them into some creatures that would eventually evolve to be civilizations, they just made them squares. Sentient squares that fed on shit and grind. And I will do the same to you. After I get what I need.
As you say this, and he sort of breathes a little heavy as he's hearing you, for just a second he stops and seems to sort of scrunch his eyebrows and look away from you, and then he continues to breathe.
Now, nod if you understand. If you don't, no matter what happens next, that is going to be your future. And let's see how free you're gonna feel then. As a fucking canvas goblin on my wall. Well, does he not?
He sort of gives a very slight panicked nod, but mostly he seems scared of what's coming.
A good boy.
Good. Now, I'm going to fix up your mouth. But the moment you even attempt to use the powers of my clan against me, the moment you attempt to use them at all, well, that is when everything ends. And let's just say, given your age, the things I could do to you are far more worse than what you could ever do. Now, I guess the correct term to refer to you would be neonate. Do you agree to this term? Because as you said, you can only live here through death, or, well, through death, really. You haven't really shown yourself to be at all willing to work together. And ours, in the old world, are far more sensible against common enemies like the Camarilla. But it is what it is. I guess such is a flaw of you Americans. Now, neonates, shall you ensure the fact that you won't be turned into a fucking tapestry in my laboratory and do only the things I tell you to do, or shall you continue being so disrespectful to your elders?
Do you release his mouth, or?
Well, no, I wait for a reaction from him.
He basically he seems like he's in tremendous amounts of pain at this point. He seems like he's in a bit of a haze from the way he's moving his head.
Does he still have are his eyes working?
No.
There's none.
Okay, is there any way I can fix him?
You can get him new eyes, or you can feed him blood to try and let him heal it.
I'm gonna I'm going to I'm going to go downstairs quickly.
Mm-hmm.
An eye. And I'm gonna put it back into his head.
You're going to?
Put it into his eye socket, one of them.
Okay.
Like-
Basically, as you shove this fucking eye into his eye socket, he struggles heavily.
But I'm gonna vicissitude the eye. I
Mhm.
need the eye to work.
Yeah. It takes time, and he's struggling, so you're gonna have to make a roll. It's flesh crafting, so dex and medicine, I believe. Try to. Well, the difficulty is going to be pretty high because you're dealing with very sensitive nerve endings and stuff. So I
Okay.
think the default is 8, right?
No, the default is whatever it is. The default is whatever it is.
Didn't that discipline have a default? Let me
No.
check. Thought it
It's
did.
like dependent on what you're doing.
I would put the difficulty at around 8 for this, because it's number one, not an easy procedure, and number two,
Okay.
it's like
Yeah, that's
he's struggling.
okay. Do you know my dice pool for this?
Yes, I do.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah, just
4,
roll it.
5, 6. Don't stop. I'm counting.
Okay.
1, 6. So 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Plus 6. 10 minus 3 is 7. 7 successes.
7 successes. Let me just. There we go. For some reason, I wasn't updating. So it does take you a while, and the guy doesn't make it easy due to all the kicking and muffled screaming. And at some point, you just let go, and he has this sort of misshapen but functioning eye that doesn't even blink at this point.
Right. You have an eye now. Means you can be dominated. Jack.
Boy.
You're
Welcome
able
to
to
my
command
fucking
him not to use his powers. Something of the
Give me a
kind.
few minutes.
Hmm?
Give me a few minutes.
Go on. Also, and as Serena stands up, she basically pushes him over with her foot. Did you purpose send out a message to the Madness Network? And she reads his mind.
I'll be looking at his fucking line. Just he's zoning out a bit.
He sort of leans his head back and sort of seems to basically prepare himself for a good dosage of fucking pain. And among the very heavy breathing, you sort of hear this muffled chuckle, as if he's sort of equal parts preparing for the worst and sort of saying, haha, got you.
Would have worked far better if you did it otherwise, not around your own clan, huh? Right then. Well, time to fuck about with your mind. I'm going to use so let's basically what was the last thing about our location? The other thing that I was looking for.
What do you mean?
Well, remember I was looking into the havens and stuff.
Mm-hmm. But what specifically do you want?
Yes, the chop shop.
Ah, that one. The one you obtained, yes.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. So yeah, all right. Otherwise I'm going to basically, let's see, this goes out into the world, but this really can be only heard by Milcadians and also is pretty difficult to interpret. So the only concern is Jeanette, right? Um, bum, bum, bum. So I guess. Actually, I looked at Jack like, do you? So the guy just sent out into the madness network that where we are, but the message was really, really clouded. So the only thing we do need to be concerned about is, for example, Cainite herself. Not like the neonates are useful in any way, but
He is to us, and this information
well,
is
if
useful.
somebody figures out, that's one thing.
We're
But
getting a bit of echo from
Yeah.
from you.
Well, either way, I think the best idea would be to lobotomize him a bit. Not like he'd be able to heal anything I do to him. Right, neonate?
He, as soon as you mention lobotomy, he starts like struggling, but without arms, with broken legs, with no eyes, or at least one eye, like he can blink and no mouth to scream. He's sort of just stuck, sort of like wriggling and protesting in silence.
Serena
Vocal
just like
cords
sits
still
down.
can move, and his nose is open, so
Wait, wait,
we
wait.
can hear it a bit.
Wait, Serena sits down in front of him. You know, do you know that other story I really like about Am? He was the allied supercomputer or something along those lines. And I think the story was called I Have No Mouse But I Must Scream. Right? Did you hear the message? Now,
The guy sort of uh as you ask if he heard the message, he sort of turns his head away from you, sort of hiding the eye, and breathes quite heavily, as if he's expecting something bad to happen.
right then. Um, well, we should. So, are we gonna still continue questioning him?
It's up to you.
Yes, we can.
You can either choose to roleplay it out to get some answers out of him, maybe, or you can choose to sort of fade to black, in which case we'll take a short break.
Yeah, fade to black.
Back to black. Yeah.
Okay. Sounds good. Then, as the threats continue and the experience is not a pleasant one for this captive, we will take a short break and return quite soon. Welcome back. So, as we leave the haven, we now join a car that is driving down the streets of East LA, heading west. It passes what is considered to be the border of Sabbat territory and enters neutral territory. And inside this car, Abel and Titus are both traveling side by side. Do you say anything during the drive?
So anyway, the guy just straight up went and walked and got himself committed to a mental asylum. And let me tell you, Jesus was not really, a fan of that.
What the fuck are you even talking about?
You haven't been even listening? I mean, I've been talking about this the whole ride.
Oh man, that's why we never had a proper conversation. So, how many of you have you diablerized last month?
None. You?
Yeah, same.
Feeling
Awkward.
low? Need a fix?
Well, not exactly, but I'm searching for someone special, the one who will, let's say, will make me stronger, so I would provide Sabbat better support.
But strength comes from within you. You don't need to use somebody who you are already stronger of to strengthen yourself. That will weaken you in the long run.
Well, in some part that's correct. I'm not using any other external strength, but when you're immortal, you eat to get protein, and while you to get muscles, you actually need protein. That's an external factor. Same goes for diablerie. I need to get more muscle.
Sounds like a short-term solution to me. Although I've heard that you use too much protein, well, something else grows tiny.
You're probably talking about steroids. That's different.
Yeah, well, but Vita is like steroids for us, isn't it?
I'll never understand you or anyone who is on path of humanity.
Who said I was?
Not? You seem to be like a goody, how's it called?
Goody
Well,
two shoes.
Yeah, goody two shoes.
yeah,
Titus mind fart.
humans are not the good. Humans are not saints.
No, they're not. But yeah, we've never actually had a proper conversation, and sometimes I, no offense, get uh, those rat vibes, if you know what you're talking about the one who left us abandoned and sold us out. He was on the path of humanity.
As the conversation develops, you start to approach the address that you were given. Ahead of you, a few streets ahead of you, you spot sort of a gap between buildings that leads to a very narrow alleyway. And halfway through the alleyway, there's this sort of staircase down. and it looks very ominous and not entirely safe, or at least not for Cain.
So, Abel, what do you think of mumbo jumbo voodoo magic? Does it really exist?
Well, if we exist, why can't it?
Well, for me, it seemed to be over the top, like way too trinkety. Basically, a lot of trinkets and no, reminds me of voodoo dolls. Well, I assume something like that actually exists in our world. Let's say something that binds a person's life into an artifact.
You held the totem, haven't you?
Yeah, I did. You make a point. Kinda felt weird.
Well,
Anyway,
I mean, have to keep an open mind. I mean, we're grabbing at straws here.
you also don't know about the guy we're about to meet, because I have no clue what we're up against and who that's gonna be.
I haven't really heard of him before. But, considering we're not to look at him, well, he must be something else.
Well, if he's one of those high spirit dudes, I'd rather let you do most of the talking because you know how I end up doing things.
Mm, might be he doesn't like the high-spirited dudes.
We'll see.
Okay, well, anyway, we're here. Should we go knock?
Well, I guess so. If we were invited, I hope so. I guess we have to like make it a bit like we're the customers, or fine. Let's just go inside.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So, heading down the alleyway and going down the stairs, you eventually reach this door. It's a very solid wooden door with a sign up top that says New Orleans Voodoo. And as you open the door, you enter, and it's almost like you immediately get hit by this scent. If you've ever entered a sort of a like an antique shop, it's sort of that very strong scent. Immediately it hits you, and you look around to see that this store is filled with little knickknacks, covering every surface. And after you pass a few display cases and a few shelves, you eventually reach the front desk, where a very bored looking teenage girl scrolls on her phone, and once in a while stops to sort of look at the time and then goes back to scrolling.
Well, Abel walks over to the counter and says, "Good evening. Uh, could we see the owner of the shop?"
No, he's out back. What do you want? And she keeps
Oh, we
scrolling
have.
without really making eye contact with you.
Oh, we just have a really peculiar problem that our friend needs help with, and we've been told that the owner of the shop is a master in the mystical arts.
She reaches into her pocket, takes a bit of gum, and pops it into her mouth and just says, I mean, master of something, sure, I guess, but... Well, if you're here to cause trouble, just know that, well, police station's just a few blocks away, yeah?
Oh, why? Have you had trouble?
Yeah, once in a while. Never lasts long,
No.
though.
We're just eager customers.
Yeah, we know me no trouble.
Yeah. Okay. Give me a sec. And she puts her phone in her pocket, stands up, and very lazily walks out back, passes a staff only door. And after a few moments, she comes back through, sits back on the bench, looks at her phone, and says, "Oh, look at that. My shift's over. If you want to talk to him, just go out back. I don't care really what you do." And she takes a bag from under the desk, hangs it on her shoulder, and just walks out.
Well, I guess we've been invited.
Seems so.
Okay, I move to the door, the staff door, and
Mm-hmm.
give it a good 3 knocks.
A few moments pass, and the door just clicks and slowly starts opening.
Okay, I gently try to pry it open a more and see that try to see if there's anyone behind it, just that I don't push the door against someone. And
So, peering inside, the door leads to what is essentially this short hallway that then opens up to an office. No one is even close to the door, from what you can see. But at the office, once you look there, the desk, behind the desk, there's this very tall black chair that is currently turned with its back to you. And you hear scribbling coming from whoever's sitting on that chair.
we were given a name, right?
No name.
Well, that's even more mysterious. Okay, I start climbing the stairs to the office, keeping my gaze down, just so that I wouldn't stumble, and approach the desk.
As you do, you see sort of this gloved, very thin hand sort of peer out from the side of the couch and just gesture down, and then it does sort of a one moment motion and disappears behind the couch once more. And as the motion is made for you to sit down, you sort of hear two chairs being slowly pushed towards the front desk.
Thank you. And I go take a seat.
Titus?
I also take a seat.
The two of you sit and you wait for like what is potentially the longest minute of your unlife, as all you hear is just scribbling, then a pause, then some more scribbling. Out of boredom, you sort of look around once in a while, and I need both of you to roll me perception and awareness. Okay. So, Titus, you, for a moment, you think that you see something at the corner of your eye, and when you check, there's nothing there. So you just return to, being bored, although you are starting to get a bit on edge. Abel, you get the distinct sense that you are being watched, and not by the figure sitting opposite at the table. And after a few moments, the scribbling stops. You sort of hear a book getting slammed shut, and the chair starts slowly spinning around, and the person sitting on it then reveals themselves to you, and you see this essentially what looks like a walking corpse / burnt victim, wearing very fine clothes, and he takes his top hat off and lays it on the table, clasps his hands together, and just says, "Welcome, gentlemen. How can I be of assistance?"
Thank you for your time. I am Abel. This is Titus, my packmate. And we are here at the behest of Victoria.
Victoria, how is she doing? That old Sabbat ductus. Has she recently requested something from me? I don't think so. Regardless, I'm sure you'll tell me what she sent you here for.
He is Archbishop now, and would like to also send her courtesies. But back to the matter at hand, we would like your expertise on a delicate matter of one of ours has recently exceeded himself and now is essentially fighting to keep himself.
I see. Awful bad habit you Sabbat have, I'd say. An addiction I personally would not engage in.
I agree.
Do you wish to help this person regain who they were?
It would be the ultimate goal, yes.
This is not exactly something I can do for you. I can attempt to help, however. I will need a favor from you, however, if you are willing.
Of course. What would it entail?
Well, from each of you, I will ask something. Maybe big, maybe small, may take a very long time to procure, maybe something you can give me right now. But I will ask something. And if you do, I will ask my friends to give you a hand. It may help, it may not. It all depends on who was affected and who is doing the affecting, if you understand what I mean.
I do. I'm sure we can help you with anything you need to help us in return.
Good. Is it just the two of you that are benefiting from this? And as he says this, he reaches under the desk and takes what looks like a small notebook. He just lets it flip open on the table, and then he sort of gestures to a pen, and the pen sort of levitates towards his hand and quite softly lands in his grasp, and he starts taking notes.
Well, we are a pack, and as members of a pack, all members of the pack will benefit from the recovery of our member.
I see.
Wouldn't you agree, Titus?
Yeah, whatever. Well, basically, it's the person that needs our help right now, and your help. He is a very like without him, Sabbat would be weaker, and we don't want that. So as long as there's anything that would help Sabbat's cause, we're ready.
I see. So a lot of people are benefiting from this man's condition. I would say I will need a favor from each of you, each of your pack members as well, and perhaps one from Victoria, though that is something she knew she would have to pay if she sent you here.
I suppose she would. Is there anything we can do for you right now? Better get this thing started.
Let me see.
Time is of the essence.
Let me see. And he sort of lets go of the pen, and it sort of like floats in the air for a second. And he reaches to his sort of rotting, drooping face and seems to scratch his lip. And as he does so, sort of a little bit of flesh gets like pulled off and falls onto the table. And after a moment, he says, "Well, let me see if there is something you can do for me now. Both of you give me your hands." And he takes his gloves off, displaying these gaunt, bony fingers.
Titus gives his hand without hesitation.
Abel also extends his left hand.
Mm-hmm. As your hand, as the very thin, bony fingers wrap around your hand, Titus, you sort of feel this cold sensation, as if someone just rested their hands on your shoulders, and then someone else rested their hands on your arm, and then another pair of hands, and another, and all of these are frigid to the touch. That's sort of the sensation you get. And the man seems quite neutral as this happens. Abel, as soon as you place your hand in his, he sort of jolts his hand away from you, and Titus, the sensation immediately stops. And he then grabs the pen and says, I think you can help me quite a bit.
What did pique your interest in me?
Not you. You're inconsequential for now. Though you may not be for the future. I will note down that you owe me one favor. You, my friend, however, you know someone I would like to speak to.
And pray tell me who this person is.
Very loose term, person. I have friends that help me do the things I can do. You know the type of friend I've yet to ally with. I would like at least the opportunity to discuss terms with this friend.
I see. And how would you presume? How would you wish to meet this friend?
Well, I suspect that, given their nature, anything you know, they will know.
I suppose they are listening right now.
Good. Good. Ask them to provide a tool of communication. You'll know what it is once they give it to you. And once they do, and he sort of sets the pen on the notepad and leans back, and as he does, the notepad slowly drags itself on the table and faces you. And he just sits back and waits.
All right, I'll try to. Well, I'll start my inner monologue, I guess, for now.
And what do you say?
So, hey, this really powerful kindred here is interested in making deals with you. I know. Is it something that you might be interested in?
The voice echoes in your mind for a moment. Again, it's the same voice as before. A whisper, and yet so loud that you struggle to think any thoughts that are your own, apart from what it says. And the voice says, deals are useful, dear Abel. What does he require?
Well, I presume he wants to speak to you directly. You may, well, tell me what to write or write it yourself.
Extend your hand, Abel, and close your eyes.
All right, I will use my writing hand for this.
Mm-hmm. And as you close your eyes, you just hear the voice, almost deafening at this point, and it says, "Let go and allow me to take control for just a moment."
Well, I suppose you know what would happen if you do something stupid, right?
We both do.
Fine. Do what you have to do.
Titus, while Abel seems to close his eyes and sort of lean his head back a little, he extends his hand forward. And as he does, his arm just, in a jolt, just extends fully. And you hear sort of his bones, essentially his joints sort of crack with the effort. And his head jolts backwards and his eyes roll to the back of his head. And then the hand grips the pen quite forcefully and starts pressing against the notepad and jolting back and forth and starting to draw something. And once it's done, the arm sort of goes limp and Abel sort of wakes up really oblivious to what just happened.
Do I get a peek at what the entity wrote?
Yeah, it seems like a sort of symbol surrounded by a number of circles that are interrupted at certain intervals.
Does it make any sense to me?
To you, it feels familiar. You may roll intelligence occult if you wish. Shit. Okay. You think that this is potentially an evocation symbol. As in, you draw this down, it sort of opens a small doorway for the demon to interact with this world.
Is this sufficient?
The notepad slowly drifts towards the corpse-like man, and he examines it for a moment and says, "It will do." He closes the notepad, takes it, and places it under his desk. "That is your service to me, Mr." And he sort of looks to you, Titus. And after thinking for a moment, he just closes his eyes and says, "Names don't matter, I suppose. You owe me one favor, and when I decide what it is, should you not comply, consequences will happen. Are we agreed on this?" And he extends his hand.
I agree and extend my hand to him.
He shakes your hand, and as he does so, you feel this sort of... It's a feeling you haven't felt since your embrace. It's this utter exhaustion, as if you stayed up for days in a row without sleep, and then you went to the gym. It's like this aching in your muscles for just a few moments, and then the feeling sort of dissipates, and he then lets go of your hand.
Oh, I guess you have means to contact with me about the request.
You'll know. You'll know. And do notify the rest of your friends of the prices they will have to pay. They should stop by when they feel like it.
Indeed.
Anything else you'd like? Oh, I nearly forgot. And he reaches under the desk, rummages through a few things, and takes a few, what look like a few reeds, maybe a few. It's basically a bunch of a little bundle of sticks and leaves, and he starts untying the knot around them, lays them across the table, and starts picking a few. And once he has the ones he wants, he ties them up once more, and he simply rests his hand above it, and you see this very thick, nearly coagulated drop of blood sort of splatter onto it. And it seems to sizzle for a moment and then infuses whatever he just made with something. You're not sure what. And he hands it to you.
Oh, is the business done?
For now. Once your friends visit me, and I ensure that their prices will be paid, I will give the last one my word that this product will function. I will give instructions on how to use it. And I should warn you, attempting to use it before the price is insured may result in unsettling and unwanted effects for the person you're trying to help.
I see.
Anything else I can help you with, gentlemen?
What do you sell?
An interesting question. I sell, officially, trinkets that convince people they can do things they surely cannot. What I can provide, that is something entirely different. I can provide the help from things beyond your perception. Help that can either save you or curse you for eternity, depending on what you want.
Well, good, good thing to keep in mind for the future.
Indeed. And once I discuss business with your friend, if you are the exception to the rule, do return here. I believe I have some things that might interest you.
All right. I'll stop by again.
Good.
And also, should your negotiations go awry, Don't hesitate to ask help if needed.
Well, you did pay me a boon, after all. I suppose out of everyone, I'm sure I can trust you to that extent at least. I will keep you in mind, Mr.
Abel.
Abel.
Abel Cordero.
An ironic name.
Well, we don't get to choose all of our names, but this one I was able to.
I only wish you luck in your ventures. Hopefully your sire doesn't decide to embrace someone else and give you a brother. Unless you have something else.
No, I think this concludes our business for now. We will get back to the others and send them your way shortly.
Good. I expect you to. Have a pleasant evening.
To you as well.
See ya.
And he seems to take his top hat, fits it onto his very crusty skull, and slowly turns the couch around, and you start hearing scribbling once more.
Well, Abel gets up and starts slowly descending or ascending. I was the door above
You start
us?
exiting the.
Yeah,
Yeah.
let's say we start. I start exiting and still trying my best not to look at the things that are looking at us.
Mm-hmm. As you both make your way out, Titus, for a moment, you sort of sense a sort of a gaze resting on you, and you sense a presence very, very close to you. And as you walk, you feel your hand brush up against something, though it was near nothing. It essentially brushed up against solid air, if that makes sense. That's the feeling you get. And otherwise, you manage to make your way out of the shop easily.
I just shrug it off and comment that that's why I don't like to deal with these kind of people. But if Sabbat wills it, well, there's no other choice.
Okay. And returning to the car, do you make your way back to your haven?
I don't have any stops in mind for now.
Titus?
I'll comply.
Okay. In that case,
I wouldn't have liked to have worn my ring in there.
do you comment
That's
this
what
out loud?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I said that I would not have liked to have worn my ring in there. I would have surely taken a look.
Either way, we have to do what this dude said. Yes, there's no other way. It's deal with the devil, as far as I'm concerned.
All right. And you enter the car once more. And you drive back to the Haven. The drive is quite long. And it throughout the entire process, it sort of feels like the farther you get from the shop, the more reality slowly sets in once more. And who of you is carrying the sticks?
I assume Abel.
All right.
Okay. Abel, as you start leaving, or as you start getting away from the shop, the bundle of sticks suddenly starts feeling a bit heavier than it used to. Not incredibly heavy, but it's sort of like it regained its actual weight that you didn't notice was missing before.
All right.
Okay.
Guess I'm carrying it alone now.
And as you travel, eventually you do reach the haven. As you park the car and start making your way to the house itself, you hear some noises coming from within, and stumbling outside, out of the basement door, comes Jack, who seems to dust his hands after dropping what looks like a chair that broke. He basically dumps it on the ground, dusts his hands, and notices the two of you approach.
Hello. Oh, fucking hell.
Hello, Jack.
Yeah, what's up?
What's up? You could have picked probably less insightful and info collecting prisoner, my guy.
What do you mean?
He's a fucking Malkavian. He's one able to fucking send it into. I don't fucking know. Just ask Serena.
I mean, that dude, I mean, he was a complete weakling.
Do you?
So
Like,
what
okay,
happened?
not all the strengths come from the muscles. Some come from the mind.
So what did you learn from him?
He's from North Hollywood, and he tried to notify all fucking Malkavians in the city, or even further, about our place. And the guys that went to our previous haven, do you recognize the gesture? Like, he's a black hand.
Yeah,
I just
heard
kind of say
about
in
them.
lower voice.
I have mentioned Serena told about the Black Hand. So it's like an ancient cult.
He would
From
have
what I
told, he
know,
would have told you that the Black Hand is basically the Sabbat's elite militia, and
from
that they do all kinds of secretive missions. And she would have and you would have also remembered that the Archbishop was saying that we were supposed to get visited by someone from the Black Hand who was interested to give us a test to see if
from
any of us were worthy of the Black Hand.
from what I know, they are kind of like, you probably know FBI and CIA, just like about that, but in Sabbat.
Yeah, I don't really like these guys. But, well, we have to deal with them.
After some
We
time,
don't really have to. It's not our place to deal with them. It's our place to aid them. Who knows? Maybe we'll join one.
I
mm,
mean, the Black Hand, surely, if they are looking for recruits, I understand, given this dude in the basement. I guess they are also having a hard time finding suitable material.
eventually
Fucking
Serena
bad.
comes out of the basement, looking very frustrated. Sees the two of you. It's like,
Yeah, as you see Serena, she's looking very frustrated. Doesn't really seem to acknowledge the fact that she is almost entirely covered in blood, especially her arms and hands.
Titus,
Handkerchief?
next time, find the fuck out who the hell are you bringing into our house.
I told him that, Reverend.
Never bring a fucking Malkavian.
So, your clanmate, basically.
Yes.
That's why he was so weak. I assume he wanted to be, like, captured.
Serena just looked at him. What do you mean that's why he was so weak?
Titus,
Well,
I'd advise you, as you're not lawyer, to shut the fuck up.
Anyway,
Anyway,
we met,
where's the fuck have you been?
we met
Accidental sex.
um, this very interesting occult master
Mm-hmm.
in his occult shop, and he said that he would be willing to help us, but he would need a favor from one pack
What?
member, or
Help,
each of the pack members,
help us with what?
with the Cecil.
Wait. Really? Just a second.
Yes.
Delivery.
yeah,
Oh.
but there's a catch.
There's always a catch.
Are they delivering another Malkavian to the dungeons, or?
Let's give Serena a moment, but the rest of you can comment and continue.
What? Give me 5 like 2 seconds to return. I just need to get it.
What's the name of the shop? There, it could be useful. Shops are.
New Orleans voodoo. It's very descriptive.
Yeah,
That is
basically
even more fucking descriptive.
they just sell useless trinkets on the outside, and there's a creepy dude who holds your sign on the inside.
Let me give a wild fucking guess. He looks like a fucking skeleton.
Yep. So you have something to tell?
I have a suspicion what his clan or bloodline is.
Yes.
Fuck. I as player just forgot. It's either Samedi or probably their ancestors, Cappadocians.
Never heard of them. Well, either way, he already managed to get something from Abel, but will still require something from me, maybe later. We'll see. But
And also from you, Jack, and Serena,
yeah.
Yeah.
and probably also Victoria. I wonder if we can leave Larry out of this equation.
Okay, now we can whatever you discuss.
Victoria
Thank you.
as in our archbishop.
Oh yes, but the man
Well, she's
said.
technically not a packmate of ours.
Well,
suppose.
but the man said that she would probably know since she was the one that referred us to him.
Okay.
Anyway, the man expects
A
the
visit?
two of you to visit him shortly.
A long
Address?
visit.
Well, the members of the pack, and
Well,
well,
Larry is not a member of the pack.
indeed,
Yes.
Yet he is not to Sabbat.
I guess
Yeah.
Larry can stay.
Well, either way, address. I'll go there and find out. Maybe he doesn't mean that. Like maybe he needs to see Larry, but also, how is this thing going to work? How does he need to come here and see Cecil?
well, he gave us these fabulous sticks, and I
Stick.
present the bundle of sticks to Serena.
Serena looks very unimpressed.
The foundation of the fucking humanitarian.
And he said that he would make the sticks work once all the debts have been repaid.
Once all the debts have been repaid, or is he taking them in the future?
He wants to be paid before.
Did
Of course,
Titus pay his debt?
it does.
No, not
Not
yet.
yet.
Okay, well, anyway, address. We'll go. We'll. I guess we'll just go there.
Yeah.
I
How
mean,
long before sunrise?
also don't put those sticks in the house yet. Because this sounds very suspicious, but also,
And the house is full of fucking imprints.
and
I
also,
think they're just sticks for now. But yes, should I maybe take them to
your car.
a different location?
I mean, you can keep them in your van.
Oh yes, yes, that's exactly where I want to keep an occult artifact that can be activated remotely.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the creepy dude also told us to not try to do anything with it until we pay our debts.
Well, you can always wrap them in a fabric of some sort and bury them for now.
Make a campfire. Well, yeah, I'll just I'll think of something.
Well, either way, Serena starts to look like very restless.
He's
I
fucking
need to go
agitated.
I need to go and meet this person.
Yeah, I guess the sooner the better.
Mm-hmm. Well, Ray, can you stop? Sorry, my dog is whining right into the mic. Well,
Poor baby.
Jack, maybe you can fill them in on our prisoner, whom I have finished fixing up, so to say. Titus, remember, with Malkavians, it's best to not allow them to use their mouth. And, well, they can always answer questioning in typing. So
Okay,
I
in
had
short,
to
I just can cut their tongue once I'm done.
yeah, if you want to remove limbs, take the legs, because he does need hands to type. Anyway, I've attached him back a hand, and he's currently staked. He has one eye, which I have to add back because you've taken them, and she looks pointedly at Titus. But so I guess he's ready to be questioned. But I'm going to quickly change and fit into my night the option of visiting the guy and see if he's something trustworthy. For now, don't put those sticks into the house, please.
Yes.
But you can go and question the Malkavian. Jack, don't forget to dominate him
Oh yeah, sure.
so that he doesn't use any of his powers.
At this point, I'd probably conditioned him with mesmerize, if I didn't forget how to use it.
I'm assuming you did, yes.
Yeah.
There's a notepad. It has no access to internet because there's no Wi-Fi in this house. So you can open a file on it and have him type out the answers.
All right.
One more thing, Titus. If you intend to use wiring as a fucking ropes, please tell Leo to cut your room of the electricity. It is hazardous as fuck. I don't want to burn in my sleep.
Do we have
Noted.
electricity already?
Probably. I don't know. What we shouldn't have is electric fucking fires.
I mean, well, I need to go change. I really don't think I should be among mortals looking like this.
Yeah, I guess.
All right. Serena walks off, I suppose.
And once she changes, she's basically gonna zoom on her sports car to the location that Abel said, being like, either I'm gonna like beat somebody up for giving me false hope, or oh my god.
Jack, are you not going with Serena?
I can go after her. We can question the fucking prisoner. Or I would.
I probably need to go play hide a stick.
Hide the stick. Sounds like a nice fucking game.
Oh yes, I'm just coming up with the rules. It's gonna be a banger.
Don't beat yourself up if you lose, okay? If at this point I still have the ring, I'll look at the sticks with the fucking ring on.
Hey, sticks and stones may break my bones, you know.
Oh yeah.
Oh, putting the ring on, once again, the world sort of darkens around you. Everything is devoid of color, almost. And among the shadows, you try to look specifically at the sticks and their surroundings, and you see nothing special about it.
Good fucking thing.
By the way, did Abel tell us about the spirits or something?
Up to
I
him.
just guessed from the
No, it's just
from
like
the
because I went to pick up things, so pick up the delivery. So I don't know what you talked about.
You may have heard that I referred to the owner as a
Samadhi.
Samadhi or fucking Cappadocian.
Oh, then I'd probably once Serena comes out as like nicely dressed and cleaned up, smelling like she put on a bunch of perfume, probably to mask because it's scent of blood. She's like, "Could I borrow the ring just for?"
I can come with you if you want.
But I want to
Like
see.
the guy in the basement is fucking staked.
Yeah, but I want to
Oh,
see
yeah.
things for science.
Are you
I'm
sure
not
you
the
want to
owner.
see those things?
Yes, of course I do.
Fine.
I mean,
Her mind is already
you know,
broken. How much
don't
damage can you already give?
you
I
know?
heard that.
You may look at them, but you can't look at them. I mean, that's what we were told. You know, just to keep our Not to stare. Yeah.
Oh, you were told not to stare at a Samadhi or a Cappadocia. I mean, I wonder why.
Well, probably at the person,
Well,
but
yeah.
don't I wouldn't I would extend that to his entourage, but up to you.
I mean, I have very good practice in giving no indication that I'm looking at something.
All right.
I'm being harassed by the dogs. Exactly.
Okay, well, we'll just say that Serena drives off. Does Jack go with Serena?
I can if we can question the fucking guy later.
Okay.
Or
And
you
we'll
can
handle that after the session.
Okay.
As for now, Abel and Titus walk inside, eventually seeing Larry standing guard in front of Titus's room, where, well, you can basically hear from behind the door muffled, like, pained screams.
He can't scream though.
Muffled
Is
as
Moscow
hell.
still there?
You can sort of hear the stuff like that.
The Malkavian, after the anarch who decided to be sassy and saw that he's untouchable because, who would let a Malkavian speak? And then another Malkavian just like, I'm gonna make a fucking tapestry out of you, you bitch.
I'm gonna turn you into a fucking toilet.
Do you know I read that in a book? Was they meet the space aliens?
Yes.
It's like what's
So
worse than he needs a Malkavian
so
with
so Abel and Titus, you basically see Larry standing guard in front of Titus's room.
Oh, hey Larry, how's our guest? I see his condition has changed a bit.
He could be better, I guess.
I heard
Oh,
Serena gave him a hand.
As you can see.
well, at least he doesn't look like a lawn chair at the moment. Guess we have to finish the job. So, according to instructions, have to provide him a laptop and let him type. And Titus grabs the laptop. Once he grabs the laptop, pushes it towards the dude who's apparently can't move.
Yeah,
But
he's
he
essentially the state you see him in is he has one eye that's like fused to his head, but you can tell it's not his actual eye. It's sort of like fused by flesh, but it has no lids to blink. It doesn't really fit into his skull nicely. Um, his face is mangled to shit. You remember leaving him hanging from the ceiling, and you ripped his arms off to essentially have him not struggle. Well, he now has one arm, though just from the difference in skin color, you can tell it's a completely different arm that Serena probably procured from some poor fuck downstairs. Um,
Did you give him a black hand?
anyway,
By the way, I would have probably, since like he'd need to be, so to say, like sitting or something, but Serena wouldn't want him to basically like be an anarch and go smash on a laptop, ensuring his existence as a tapestry. So she probably would have propped him up, and basically he is in a position where he can have like he won't be able to move. like the muscles are not connected, but he's totally able to use his hand to type in front of him. But
Like the
he wouldn't
fucking
be
wrist.
able to grab like something from his lap and throw it with like any significant force, because basically his hand can only move like, you know, to sort of say type, like he can move his forearm
Mm.
to like type something, but you know, like to do much anything else, no, not really.
Okay.
The bones are fused, okay?
Noted.
At his
So
elbow.
this is the
Mhm.
horror show you see him in.
Well, no, at first he looks very like, you know, like besides like the face and the arm, he looks, you know, like a bit better than what Titus left him in. But once you look closer, you realize that his shoulder bones, his hip bones, his knees, etc., have been like fused, so he's unable to move those. Basically, you can topple him over as if he's petrified.
My friend, you look even better than the last time. I see you have some tools you can use. Well, look, I have a laptop here. You have an eye, you can see, and you can type. So that's how we'll continue communication. The I move laptop towards him so he could see. So basically, I run the notepad and let him see the screen and do the test typing. So write something. Make
Um,
sure you're comfortable.
he, for a moment, tries to like push the laptop away, but can't really muster enough strength to do that.
Oh no! Just use your fingers. I'm sure you can manage that.
After a few moments of heavy breathing, his hand sort of shaking, he sort of struggles to get some precision out of it and ends up typing F, Y, and then erases the Y and tries to type U. And after a very long time of just trying his best to type, he just spells out "fuck you."
I smash his skull with my head.
Okay. Uh, let me roll something. Okay, lucky you. Yeah, you smash his skull, and while he seems a bit dazed, uh, you just hear heavy breathing coming from him. Nothing else. You were gonna say something, Abel?
Yeah, I don't feel like this man is in a condition to be interrogated.
Well, he seems to be in high spirits. He managed to type, so he does have this rebellish attitude. I guess
Well,
he's in condition.
well, what would have you typed in his position?
That doesn't matter. I'm not in his position at the moment. Oh, the question is, do you remember what else we need to learn about from him? He has black hand stuff.
I don't think that I was at that meeting. But
Well,
should we maybe learn his name?
Well, I guess. Well, Well, we'll continue now. You have a laptop, you have a hand, you have an eye. So tell me, who are you? What's your name?
Um, the hand sort of moves away from the keyboard. Again, still shaking quite badly. And the guy just very, um, with a lot of struggle, just looks to you for a second and then tries to look away.
Listen, dude, you're not in a very good shape, and knowing my friends here, you probably will not be leaving in a much better state. But wouldn't you at least want your name to be known by whoever ends you? You know, you could come and haunt us.
After he sort of looks to you, expecting, sort of by instinct, to be able to mouth off at you, he then realizes he can't, and with sort of a frustrated motion, he starts trying to type. And at first, he types Isaac, and then, as you expect him to type a surname, he instead types "will kill you."
Well, why?
You just ask why?
Yes.
Okay. Um, he tries typing for a few moments, making again a lot of mistakes, as his hand is very shaky, and he eventually ends up typing, "Why not kill me?"
Well, why should I kill you?
Um, he just types pain.
That is understandable. If I kill you, how would that make Isaac want to kill me any less?
He again, with a lot of effort, types won't.
I see. So, are we talking about like short term or long term?
He looks to you for a moment, and feeling he's not actually talking to someone who's taking any of this seriously, he just disengages.
Hey, I just thought you needed some conversation, you know, between all the monstrosities here. But you're correct. You probably need peace. Should we give him peace, Titus?
Well, what do you think? Has he provided enough information for us so he would earn his peace?
After all that has been done to him, don't you think maybe we cannot break him?
you did said that he'd mentioned about Isaac. What was it about? Why
Wow.
Isaac?
Well, you can read it from the note.
Yeah, and
But
assuming that's the same Isaac we've known and visited a couple of times.
that's the only Isaac I know.
Same.
Um,
That piqued my
So
interest.
Didn't
after
Jack told you about him visiting Isaac Abrams of
Yeah, like a
Hollywood?
few weeks ago.
oh, that Isaac. Wow.
eventually the hand very shakily starts typing again, and eventually it types out no, nothing else.
Well, he dropped a name though. I think that's progress. Maybe we should, give him a respite for this.
The rest. I wonder. How about I'll just diablerize him?
At that suggestion, his head almost jolts to you, and even though his face isn't very expressive in the state it's in, you can almost feel the fear that he's showing.
Abel, well, you haven't diablerized a lot. Have you diablerized a person before?
Once,
Yeah. And have you felt what that person felt? Because I've never felt the agony of that person or whatever it feels when its unlife fades away. What do you think? Is it a more horrible death than a swift death?
it is like, I presume it's like your soul is being torn into tiny pieces, and then you just fade away into oblivion.
Um,
Somewhere in between this conversation, you would probably hear a ring from the phone from Jack.
Is that your phone on vibrate, Titus?
Is it my phone?
I don't give a flying fuck whose phone is that.
Miguel?
well,
You can have a
I
roll
think
off.
it would be. Well, yeah, sure. I'll put it to a roll. One of you pick odds, the other evens.
I'll pick odds.
Okay. Abel's phone rings.
Okay, it's I let it ring for a while because I like to listen to the picks I choose for my ringtones, and then I pick it up.
Any progress, brother?
Well, he's not very talkative, and he's responsive to stimuli, verbal stimuli, which is better than whatever you've done to him. But
I did verbal stuff to him. New hand and eye-opening moments are fully Serena's part. Did you question him about Worman twins, about our fucking ostrich in the city?
Oh, no. But he dropped another name, though.
Gimme.
Isaac?
Yeah, checks out.
Wouldn't
He
he
essentially
not be... wouldn't he not be working with the bird?
I'm not sure.
Um, you can hear on the background Serena being like, make sure to tell them so that they ask about what the fuck the Anar is doing in Sabbat territory, or what are their plans, and remind them that
No drinky business.
yes,
We get all the fucking information. I know that. Yeah, he's from fucking Hollywood, so he probably won't know the process deal. He would probably know about fucking Wormans.
oh, if he knows anything about the Camarilla, ask him. He's
Oh yeah,
probably
yeah.
Anything else?
You can, if he's,
penny best Lita cash.
yeah, those two, and if he's fucking stubborn,
Remind
I
him
just
that
know.
he's gonna become a tapestry.
Or a food for abyss denizens, whichever is fucking scary in your mind.
Oh, also,
Uh,
Diablerizing him might give you dementation, and then you'll be mad like I am.
You heard the boss.
alrighty then. I'll just ask Titus to do it then.
No.
Fucking
What I mean,
no
do
one
not
fucking does it.
diablerize Volcavians.
No one fucking does it.
Fine. Don't
Just
get
common
so
fucking sense.
don't get so angry while you're driving.
I am not. That's the best
I'm
fucking
driving.
part.
I wasn't talking to you.
I will
Oh,
get as mad as I want to.
Aren't you
And
already?
you can hear like an angry beep from like some car.
Hey, toot twice if you're angry. Fine. Let's.
Two, motherfucker.
I guess we'll get back to business and.
Yeah, if you need me, call me. I can
Sure.
try to fucking mesmerize him over the phone. Don't fucking know how it will work, but you know.
Yeah, well, maybe we don't have to do anything. Maybe he'll just, type.
Worst case scenario is take the beach, and I'll work on him later.
Yeah. All right. Bye now.
Ta-ta.
Hey, Titus. We can't drink him right now.
So he can't also get his release then.
Well, I don't know.
After,
We could ask some questions.
as you speak, you eventually notice that he has been typing for a while, and looking at the screen, it just says, "I talk, you kill me. Deal?"
Well,
It means that was
Titus.
the deal from the very first place.
Well, I did wanted to kill him, but yeah, as it was said, that unfortunately we can't nor kill him or not even deblerize him. It's
Yeah.
upsetting. Sorry, dude, nothing we can do about it, so prepare for the worst, I guess.
Like,
Well,
oh,
he can still talk, and then we can ask for confirmation whether we can let him go or not. I mean, he's there. He's getting better. You know, he's gaining flexibility. Yeah.
Yeah, but he may feel that he is in a stalemate at the moment, especially if we can't really kill him.
I mean, that's a good offer. We want him to tell us things, right?
Yeah, but he also wants to die, and assuming he would tell us things only under condition that he will die, what would you offer?
Well, everything. I mean, if he doesn't, he won't die, right? That's the point. I mean,
Hmm. I wonder if there's a way out. I don't like it, but yeah, since he now has a limb, I assume he can be restored in a way. So if death is not something we can promise him, then maybe we can promise him recruitment, I guess, and continue of his unlife.
no, 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 no. The man typed using his finger to give us a deal. We let him talk, and in turn, he gets to die. I think that's pretty simple, right?
Yeah, but also we'll get our back priest upset.
Yeah, well, I mean, we will kill him eventually, right?
Eventually, yeah, but
Yes.
won't it make sense just to wait, just to stake him and wait until the groups return? That would be a little bit more convenient. That way we won't break any rules.
Um, at this point, have you guys been looking at the guy?
Nope.
I mean,
Nope.
if he's typing something,
No, he
then
wasn't.
probably
He wasn't doing anything. But I mean, if you haven't looked at him, well, at some point, if you look back at him, you realize he's not there anymore.
Larry.
Larry just comes into the room out of the doorway. What happened?
He didn't go by you now, did he?
Who?
Well, the
Oh,
guy with
how the fuck did you lose him?
well, if he didn't go by you, he might still be here.
Probably
Larry will
obfuscated.
just Larry will just go and feel
Actually,
the place where the guy was with his hand.
Okay, well, as you move your hand uh, towards the chair, you sort of like knock it over, and you just realize the guy was there, and he falls to the ground, sort of with his hand shaking, and he makes whimpering noises.
this dude
I
can fucking
will
obfuscate.
pick him back up by the scruff with the halter. and put him on the floor.
Just to be clear, out of character, you guys realize that everyone who's on humanity, you're making a fucking check, right? You realize this because this is fucking barbaric.
I'm not there.
You contributed to this.
I did, but I didn't fucking know so it'll be dense as fuck.
Larry is
It's
just
torture.
Serena is just driving and just thinking like, I hope everything goes well. I hope everything goes well.
Yeah, about that.
Larry
Jack
is
starts
just
fucking-
hanging around. He didn't even do anything. He just helps to find the guy again. That's
Then
it.
suddenly Jack starts fucking foaming out his
Regardless,
mouth.
I think just standing by while this shit is happening.
Nah, man, it's not participating.
It's still allowing for it. You're
Larry
an
doesn't have
enabler
his
at the
memory-
very least.
No, Larry doesn't have his memory, so technically, he doesn't know if it's okay or not. So he's just like,
Well, I feel like humanity still works for me, but yeah, I'm just hanging around, like type of statue. So yeah, I pick him up back by the scruff, put him on the floor. Found him.
Well, I still say that. Well, this will only get worse for him. It's better to have him give us the information, and then we can swiftly. Well, Serena is not going to release him. Never.
Okay.
when did she say that?
Can I check what he has written down on the computer?
Larry, you're there.
Yeah,
You can-
Larry, you can.
Yeah, what is there?
Well, you basically see the entire chat they had with him. Starts with expletives and eventually
The
he's
last
basically
thing.
asking to like
wait.
if he talks they kill him. He's basically trying to make that exchange.
Wouldn't like Larry, who was present with me and Jack, when Serena clearly stated like, look, you have two ways: talk and have a peaceful death. Don't talk, end up a tapestry. Who's on high blood bond to her? Wouldn't he like? And like, wouldn't
I mean,
he
he'd
know?
know about it. It's up to him if he wants to say it.
It's up to him if he wants to see Serena upset.
I know metagaming. Larry does what he wants. I look at the man. How does he look?
Well,
Probably like shit.
yeah. Apart from the horrific state he's in terms of emotional state, I mean, you can only assume he's fucking miserable right now. Because the situation he's in is painful, and he's begging to die at this point, which is not something easy to do for any vampire.
Being interrogated by two dumb idiots is even worse than death.
Yes.
Yes, it is.
When in doubt, you can always fucking message Jack. He's not driving, he can answer.
Well, if the cause of two dumb idiots interviewing him is him begging for death in change of information, then it works.
Yeah,
can't
if you
fucking
then
argue
ask
with
for the
that.
information. If you don't ask for the information, it's just fucking sadism.
I'm just saying. I've been saying that. Yeah, let him talk all the time, but Titus here is somehow against it.
You've been fucking cracking jokes. You wasn't fucking asking him.
No, the point was that
Oh, this is
There is
beautiful.
no offer to just stop
Well, regardless.
before it turns.
Well, regardless, we've. Why is the Roomba on? Oh, for fuck's sake. So regardless, we've reached the end of tonight's session. We will.
No, we didn't.
Well, we are at midnight right now.
Yes, but Jack and I didn't arrive yet.
Yes, we will handle that after the session.
What, do you need to end the stream?
Yes. So, thank you everybody for watching this absolute shit
Fuck
show.
show.
Let's
Do check out the.
let's finish on the meeting with the Samedi at least.
Do you want to do that before ending the stream?
Yes, otherwise we end basically on on this.
Okay. I guess.
No,
Well,
I
let's
feel
fucking
like
see.
ending on this note is beautiful.
It is so fucking
Like,
beautiful.
an
It's
hour,
fucking
an
painful,
hour
but beautiful.
of
Fucking
shit
shoot
show
me.
by two most stupid detectives.
Fucking shoot me.
Beavis and Butthead.
Those
Okay.
two
Okay,
fucking
okay, okay,
cops
okay.
The fucking
that-
butthead.
Right.
It's fucking Austin Powers twice.
Okay, guys,
Okay,
come on.
fucking cops that
Hey,
have
Shut the fuck
never
up.
Intelligence
interrogated.
1 or something? Because otherwise, that's
Guys. Please?
no.
Okay. Okay. In that case, let's jump to Serena and Jack driving to the address they were given. Speeding. Well, as you
Within reasons. Within reasons, I don't want to be stopped by the cops.
I assumed so. Though I guess I shouldn't assume with Malkavians. So as you approach the address, you see the same alleyway Abel and Titus saw. It's basically a gap between two buildings with a very dark alleyway, stairs going down, and then a door on one of the sides of the buildings.
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't waste time. I just go in.
Mm-hmm.
And if I see the mortal at if I see anyone at the entrance or something, I just say I'm here to see the boss.
Now, as you go in, there is no one at the entrance. And you walk around the shop just looking for whoever Abel and Titus spoke to. And as you do, the door behind the counter just slowly opens.
I guess that must be our cue.
Suppose.
Serena walks in there.
Okay. As you make your way inside, you see the same office as before. It's, again, two chairs in front of a desk, and behind the desk there's only this big, very sofa-looking chair that has its back turned to you. This time you, unlike Abel and Titus, you don't hear scribbling. You hear essentially very slight, fuzzy, quote-unquote, noises, as if someone was running string through their fingers. And after a moment, you see the hand sort of gesture for you to approach.
Good evening. My packmates have been here tonight. They've relayed information that apparently for a service, you would be able to aid our doctors.
The chair slowly spins around, and you see the figure that Abel and Titus saw before. This very corpse-like man, dressed very well. He pries the top hat from his head, and you see as he pulls the top hat off, like a bit of skin flakes off, kind of follows the top hat, and he places it on the table and clasps his hands together and says, "I've been expecting both of you."
So, I am Serena Moore, the pack priest. This is Jack, another packmate of ours. And apparently your services can aid my teacher and doctors. So, but as I'd like to inquire, how does that work? And what are the conditions of the deal?
The conditions are simple. I need one big favor from each of your group, as well as one from Victoria. I trust her enough to pay up. In fact, if she didn't know she'd have to pay this price, she would not have sent your colleagues to meet me. I do need a guarantee from each of you, however.
So, and the service will be done before each of us does the boon for you, or
The service will be done once I have the assurance that the price will eventually be paid.
So a pact.
I need to know what I can get from you first. If you'd be so kind. And he places both his hands open, one approaching each of you.
Serena walks up, sits down on one of the chairs, and places her hand.
Do the fucking same.
Also, Serena would have asked Jack to give her the ring because she wanted to look.
Yeah.
Would Jack have given her the ring?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so she has the ring on.
As you put the ring on, walking through the shop.
It's on.
Yeah, I know.
It's already.
I know. It was on since you entered the shop. I'm aware. So as you walked through the shop, you saw absolutely nothing with the ring until you entered the office, at which point you basically see dozens of pale figures, some floating near the walls, some just standing near him, some just watching you very curiously, and as he extends both his hands, one figure in each of his arms just sort of places their hands where his hand is.
Serena, as Serena's approaching, so will it be some sort of necromantic ritual that will aid our doctors? And she places a hand.
As the guy's bony fingers sort of wrap around your hand, you see the figures sort of hold your hand very tenderly. They seem to focus, and then they lean over and whisper in the guy's ear. And the man lets go of your hand and says, "I think you will do fine when paying your favor, if you agree to it." Then he turns his attention to Jack.
Yeah, I also gave him my hand.
Mm-hmm.
Can I respond to him?
Hmm?
Can I respond to him before?
Sure.
I mean, let's just say, if you told me that you'd needed Strauss's head, I would do it.
Okay. He, at that, he sort of gives a very slight smile, and he then closes his fingers around Jack's hand. And after a moment, he says, "You are a shadow child."
Yes, I am.
"I could make good use of you, but it seems..." And he sort of says this as his finger sort of very, very firmly, but not, squeezing your hand. Just very firmly rub up against your skin. He basically just says, "There is something I could do for you, and there is plenty you can do for me. I sense corruption. Something that can be exploited or cleansed. A topic for another time. Do both of you agree to my terms? One favor for help."
So just to clarify, because I don't know what Abel said or not. The issue that we're having right now is some memories are missing.
An eager diablerist suffering from the repercussions of his choices, yes.
Serena, sort of winces at this, not, well, not by choice, really. It's more my fault.
He hears this, and it's... At first he raises his eyebrows and turns his head, and then seems to think of something, and... Yes. I understand the guilt now.
I'm not willing to even put Strauss's head just out of guilt. Whether it was my fault or not, my reaction would be the same.
Perhaps this is worth more to you than to the others, then.
I can't say that it's not. I cannot say that it is not.
He takes a notebook from under the desk, places it on the table, and he opens his hand. And Jack, what you see is one of the pens making its way to his hand, sort of like floating towards his hand and landing, and he then starts scribbling. Serena, what you see, given that you have the ring on, is as soon as he gestures out for the pen, one of the figures that is watching the situation picks up the pen and hands it to him.
So, the sticks that you've given to Abel, how... Oh, another thing. We do have a member. He's not part of our pack.
I sensed that you had a fifth member, but I assume this is the Ductus you wish to help.
Well, yes, the pack has a fifth member, that's the Ductus, but we're looking after another unfortunate Cainite. But he's not
part of your vinculum.
No.
Quite bold of you to have such a loose cannon the way you have.
He's bonded.
He stops taking notes, lifts his eyes at you, and then continues taking notes.
Well, if he's fine and if it's not a trap by Camarilla, he'll be part of the pack. But it was a very risky situation, so had to figure out how to keep him hidden from those who hunt him without, taking on things that were yet to be allowed or not.
I would like a favor from him too.
We can't bring him here.
He's a big fella.
Yes.
Like, really.
And, well, let's just say that just him landing here would be a massive violation of the silence of blood. And would also probably put you on high attention.
I see. In that case, should he be willing to pay my price? He puts the pen down on the table, reaches below it, and after rummaging for a bit, he takes what looks like a small walnut with a number of small drawings and carvings all around it. He puts the walnut on the table, seems to spin it around in his hand, sort of looking for something, and then spots a small hole in one of the sides of the walnut. He clasps it in his hand and seems to whisper something to it. Then holds his arm, and you see, again, a very coagulated looking, like rotten looking blood sort of drip into or onto the walnut, and it sort of almost gets sucked into that hole. He then hands you the walnut and says, should he be willing to pay my price, all he needs to do is crush this in his hand.
What if he's not? I mean, he hasn't even met our doctors, really.
Then
Could
I
take us?
suppose you may search for help elsewhere.
Okay. Fine. Serena says, where do I need to sign?
A simple handshake will suffice. And he extends his very bony, rotten hand.
Serena shakes his hand.
And it's the same sensation that I described to Titus. It's almost like an extremely exhausted feeling that sort of jolts through your arm. And then he lets go. And you, Shadow Child, do you agree?
I guess we'll come to satisfying solutions that won't cross too many lines for me.
Not a very satisfactory answer.
Well, there are some allegiances you can't really betray. Don't you agree?
I will take a favor that I will decide. A favor with limitations imposed by you is not the same.
I'm not saying of limitations, I'm saying of coming to understanding.
But he means to say he's not going to betray Sabbat.
Essentially.
But if Victoria sent us here, I highly doubt that our esteemed host is gonna ask something like that.
You can't really blame almost 100 years old businessman for trying to do business the way he used to.
I suppose. Just understand the price is never pleasant. And he extends his hand towards you.
That's the deal of fun life.
Yep. And again, it's that same sensation. Serena, as you see this handshake, you spot one of the figures approach Jack, and it seems to extend its finger and start drawing something on his arm. You can't see what's being drawn, but you assume this is what's causing the sensation you felt. And once it finishes, the guy lets go of Jack's hand.
So, once Larry crushes this walnut, where do the sticks need to be?
Once the walnut is crushed, I will send you the information.
Okay, I see. Got it. Well, I best be off and let Larry know. And Serena, it was nice meeting you. A very quaint occult shop you have here.
Mere parlor tricks, I assure you.
Oh, so no actual things for sale.
Plenty of things for sale. The useful things are back here.
Ah, I see. You have, do you have any of the trinkets that, make you able to see ghosts around you?
Like that ring you're holding.
Well, yeah, but it's only one for the pack. We have had.
I could create some.
Okay.
For a price.
I guess for the right
Well,
price.
that was what I was about to ask. What's the price?
Favors. Or an increase in your... Well, I suppose there's no way to increase how much you would do for this favor, by your own words. So, for you, a favor.
Well, okay. I mean, let's deal with one thing at a time. But, just like a quick question. Some time ago, there was a lot of ghosts passing by.
I felt that.
So you felt that, but you didn't see it. Okay. Just like I was interested in where did they come from, and
They can come from many places. They can be created. And they can be summoned from very far away. It depends what methodology you use, and different schools teach you different ways of going about it.
By the way, can can people enter Shadowlands? Some.
He seems to frown for a moment and just hears what you're about to say.
Well, as in, like hypothetically, are there powers that allow one to do that? Like, could you pass through it? Through the thing that separates?
Knowledge that would by itself cost you.
Oh, just the fact that. No, I don't need to know how to do it. My question was.
The answer is yes, then.
Okay. Okay, so then I guess that's what happened then. We've had a couple guests who phased away.
Who might those be?
Uh, Complicated. And Serena just like gives a guilty smile. Like, I don't know how much I can say or do, but those guests might be connected exactly to that ghost army. I mean, they arrived with that army.
I see. Very well.
It's just, very rare for a Ventru to be able to do that, probably.
Aventru.
Mm-hmm.
I'll keep that in mind.
Yeah. Brief tips about appearance. Tall, muscular, red hair, red beard, looks like a Viking. Like cactus.
I'll remember this.
She really gives him a smile and like, good.
I still expect your price to be paid.
I mean, you told me that yes, it is possible, and it's just information. The boon will be paid as agreed.
Good.
Either way, it was nice to meet you, Mr.
Names are not so useful here. But
Fair enough.
you can call me Mr. Delmont.
It was nice to meet you, Mr. Delmont. I think we should be on our way. I would like to convince Larry quickly enough so that our doctors can get better.
You should. And I do have some information about this friend of yours.
The redhead.
No. This Larry you mentioned.
Ah. You know who he used to be?
I could find out.
Oh.
But interesting information about him is...
It comes with the right
It
price.
comes with a price.
a particularly expensive price. A favor and some of the vitae that courses through your veins.
Mine? Or his?
Or whoever wants to know.
I see. I mean, I guess his blood would be quite interesting.
Menial. But go on.
And Serena nods to him and starts heading outside.
Does Jack follow?
Yeah, I guess.
Okay.
I'll see you when I see him.
As you begin exiting the shop, Serena, because you do have the ring on, you see a lot of the figures in the Shadowlands essentially fade into the main room of the shop, just watching you leave. And one of them seems to approach Jack, and they seem to sort of approach him, like, sort of invade his personal space, as if they were almost smelling him. And as they do, you see essentially this creature sort of reel back, and you see their face sort of scarred by these very pitch black veins. It seems to hold itself and retreat to one of the walls. Jack, as you exit, you feel sort of a brush against your arm, but that's about it.
Serena turns to Jack. A ghost just tried to sniff you.
Well, I smell like a fucking dead.
Pulled away with some black marks on his face, clutching it, being like, "Oh no."
Yeah. That checks out.
That checks out.
It's a night of fucking pumpkin, isn't it?
And both of you end up exiting the shop and walking down the alley back to the car. Do you say anything on your way back?
I mean, turn to him. Well, either we found a way to keep that black hand guy off our fucking necks, or we just made a deal with the devil.
Oh yeah. I feel more like between rock and a fucking hard place.
I mean, look,
'Cause
considering what
wherever way you look, the shite is about that deep.
well, I mean, considering that Victoria sent us his way, I'm sure.
Considering she kind of warned us about Black Hand going our way.
Yeah, considering, and that she sent us there, I think, first of all, whatever favor he might ask of us is still well within whatever like Sabbat can accomplish, right? After all,
guess.
he's a businessman, and
Aren't
if you
we
have
all?
somebody with whom you can trade,
Is it?
it would
Is
be
what they
very
did
stupid
best.
to put them into a bad situation. Because you
Oh
want
yeah,
them to come
he
back.
expressed real fucking interest in my persona.
So, I don't think there's going to be like any issues with the favors that are going to be asked. But Larry, well, also Larry might be quite interested in the other favors that he can find that he could provide.
I'm fucking curious about White Apart.
Well, since it's Larry who wants to return his memory,
Oh yeah.
and I do have, paranoia about blood magic. I think I could. I think Larry can pay for his own memories himself. Okay.
Oh yeah.
So, unless Mr. Delmont decides that, he needs specifically my Vitae. On the other hand, when I was still in Camarilla, the Tremere offered to ward our places. She needed blood for that. Well, I can't say that somewhere in London the Tremere Chantry doesn't have my blood.
Oh, that will be fucking disadvantageous. But Tremere are say fucking weird. Not like Malkavian. I know why you are weird. Tremere are like different level of that shit.
And why are we Malkavians weird?
Because it's your clan curse. I don't reflect in the fucking mirrors. You are the way you are.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I was embraced for my neurodivergence by my sire. I can't say it much different than before.
Well,
I guess it's good when you're embraced already, divergent.
So like the mirror doesn't crack this match.
Well, look.
As I say mirror, you can kind of see the like kind of like shudder a bit.
Well, it's more like, if a sane person becomes a Malkavian, they're gonna have a bad time. But if you already weren't really.
Yeah, as I said, the damage is just hidden behind whatever, like damage as in figure of speech. I don't see it as damage, but
Oh,
like you won't probably see it behind whatever games your mind was playing on you before that.
well,
Um,
more.
And I suppose at this fucking note, fade to black.
well, as you start making your way back to the haven, the sensation on your arms sort of haunts you a bit, even though you don't feel it anymore. It does. It does make you wonder what might happen, and eventually,
About to get nasty.
and eventually, um, you make it to your haven just as you feel the weight of daylight slowly approach. And we'll leave this session here. Thank you everyone for watching, and we will be back next weekend.
One announcement: make sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel. I'll
The link is
post
below.
previous sessions up there in my due time, but since I have vacation, I have more time right now. So
Yes.
make sure to follow us on YouTube. Make sure to check the links below because the awesome fucking book about Sabbath in V5 from our beloved Reverend Serena
And
is also
or
linked there. And from our beloved storyteller Miguel.
Well, thank you very much for reminding me of the promo. I was going to do it and I eventually forgot. But yes, do check out the links below. It helps us a lot if you just check them out. Maybe subscribe to the YouTube. Maybe
Share the channel. Share
check
the videos.
the book. If it's something that interests you, do consider purchasing it. But yes, regardless, thank you for watching, and we'll see you next week.
Bye.